Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Call to order the Wednesday, March 4th, 2020 Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting. First order of business or invocation from Pastor John Mayer from St. Francis Episcopal Church.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send down upon those who hold office in this county, especially Susan Lescollette, Neil Spoonhauer, John Lumpkins, Don Sharp, Ken Peterson, the staff, John Badesky, Derek Stamey, Todd Kilduff, Tara McGee, and Lisa Beskowitz, and all who make decisions and take action in this county, that you would grant them the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Pastor Mayor. Okay. All right, so the next order of business is the chair comments. I'd like to remind everyone we do have our town hall scheduled for this month. District 1, Wednesday, March the 11th, 7 p.m. at the Firehouse. Districts 2 and 3, Monday, March 16th, 7 p.m., Central High School. And Districts 4 and 5 on Thursday, March 26th, 7 p.m. at the Virginia Farm Bureau. The only other comment that I have is the General Assembly will adjourn sine die this Saturday, and we are looking at, obviously, watching all the legislation that affects this county. We will have another work session, an opportunity to go through all the legislation that actually gets signed into law, and we will deal with it as it comes to us and address it. So that is all the comments I have. Mr. Badesky, County Administrator, comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a few comments today. I want to start, I think everybody in the nation, the world, and is certainly taking note as it relates to the coronavirus and the potential impacts to themselves and their families. As a county, this is an issue that we take extremely serious. Public safety of our residents, our employees, those that engage with us here at the county is extremely serious. And I want to reassure the residents that we have a team actively working together, including our partners at the schools, and the schools are addressing this issue as well. We just had a meeting with Dr. Frank of the Health Department here at noon today with a team of leadership from both the schools and the county and statewide leaders. And so it is something that I want to reassure our residents that we are doing our best to be as proactive on this issue. I would ask that Deputy Chief Watkins come up from our Fire and Rescue Department to say a few additional words as it relates to our preparedness on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Badesky. Mike Watkins, Deputy Chief, Fire and Rescue. Madam Chair, members of the board, the Fire Rescue Department and Emergency Management has taken actions to review each case, each situation as it changes, and it is very dynamic. So the data that is posted, excuse me, the data that is posted is changing, every so hours as far as numbers. However, at this point in time, there are no current cases in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which is probably the most important piece to know now. The 911 Center is screening all calls that meet certain criteria to identify any potential persons under investigation for the novel coronavirus 19. We've stockpiled an adequate amount of personal protective equipment for our personnel to include the N95 masks, and we've ordered additional supplies as well. The challenge with that is, as with many places, a lot of these very specific medical supplies are in short supply and on back order. So we're attempting we have an adequate supply on hand, but we are working to obtain additional. We're going to start providing additional updates from the Department of Emergency Management and the Regional Health District as they become available. We're meeting tomorrow to work on a regional plan with the incident management team and the other health districts in the area to come up with a unified approach to the problem. It is important to understand that the coronavirus, the novel coronavirus, is very similar in its clinical presentation and in its clinical course and how long it lasts to the seasonal flu. It's very difficult to differentiate that for the vast majority of people who are potentially infected, if you will. The seasonal flu is still one of the biggest health problems that we're currently managing and dealing with. It still has very high activity, so it's important to keep an eye on that as well. The key preventative actions: hand washing, maintaining good sanitation, and staying home if you're sick are still the key advice to anyone. So the higher risk folks, we obviously want them to seek medical attention and be identified. So if anyone has any questions.
Questions? No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This should be noted, just for those that are guests to either the school facilities and the county facilities, we are taking additional precautions and additional cleaning measures for our facilities to just try to protect any potential spread. But the most, as Deputy Chief just said, the most vigilant things that can be happening is if you are ill and you are in a position not to be in public settings, is best not to be. And I know that's a challenge that we all face, and people, not only Goochland County, but employers and such, and individuals that are worried about compensations. All of these things are being looked into. We're also looking into our continuous operation planning. How would we operate should things get more severe in the community to continually operate and serve our public to the best of our abilities. So please know that on both the schools and the county side, we're taking efforts now, and we'll continue to monitor this. We get daily updates, and we'll continue to be engaged. So just thank the residents for your patience, but it is something we're taking serious. A couple things I wanted to share on a little less serious note, but extremely exciting for us. One of the things, Goochland County at Central High School, we've been chosen for this year's Virginia Dominion Energy Envirothon. And we will be hosting that at Central High on April 2nd. Just to give you a little perspective, this is a program for students to learn stewardship and management concepts and solve real-world environmental problems. The program is family-oriented, community-based, and gives students an opportunity to work with natural resource professionals. Over 24 localities will be participating in this, and we will be hosting it at Central High. We do have a brief video just to give you a little bit of perspective of what the Envirothon is. It's a great opportunity to be able to host this at Central High and our agricultural center. So please just a minute-plus video on this program.
The Envirothon is a natural resources competition for high school students. Students participate as a team. They can represent a high school, a 4-H group, an FFA, Future Farmers of America group, and they participate in local, regional, and then the statewide competition. They rotate between stations that have a certain subject. They take tests at each station that are hands-on tests. They're measuring trees, they're looking at water quality, they're looking at soil types and soil quality, and they do that, they physically rotate between the stations. They study all year.
I've been interested in environmental science. I'm kind of a competitive person. The two together sounded kind of fun. Plus, it's an opportunity to take field trips and go outside and, get more hands-on nature experience than just environmental science class.
Basically, Envirothon is 5 core topics: aquatics, wildlife, forestry, soil, and special topic. And the special topic this year was the management programs and grassland management. And basically we go to each one and they have like tests and stuff on it and knowledge so that they can see how well you understand them. And then yesterday we did a presentation about the topic. It was a 20-minute presentation, and that counts for a big portion of our score too.
It's a great opportunity for us to be involved in the community, to have kids come out and be involved in the field, looking at environmental issues, learning about those environmental issues, and Dominion's commitment to the environment is huge, so we want to be part of that, giving kids an opportunity to learn about the environment. It's great to see kids interested and involved in the outdoors.
So, exciting opportunity for Central High. I think we're going to turn the Wi-Fi off that day, so to really get the outdoors. Actually, we won't do that. We want the kids to keep the adults all safe. Also at Central High on March 25th, there will be a food industry symposium held at the Ag Center. And it's a 9 to 4 event followed from 4 to 7 by a food roundup, all by local chefs and cooks and those kinds of things using local products. And so that'll be hosted at the Agricultural Center as well. That's being put on in partnership by the Chickahominy Health District and Chicken and Egg Productions. Some folks know that's Lisa Dearden's venue, but more on her website as it relates to that event. Wanted to share, we had a very successful trash cleanup day just several weeks back. Some of those very same routes, while people did a lot of great work, are already back and covered. One of the things that we look forward to doing in not only the months, but the years to come, we're going to need a much more longer term sustained effort at managing trash in our communities. This is, while VDOT maintains our roads, this is going to be something above and beyond just what VDOT's efforts will be. We plan to host at least 3 to 4 county organized, managed cleanup days. There's obviously other opportunities for those kinds of activities. Our next one will be the same weekend of our Goochland Green Day event, which is on the Sunday the 26th, but this will be on April 25th from 8 to 12. And during those events at Byrd Elementary, at Randolph Elementary, and at this administration building, we will have folks that can meet you between the hours of 8 and 9 and provide trash bags, safety vests, pickup materials, and get you set up on a route. And so we always are collecting feedback ongoing we get calls from residents all the time. This road's looking poor, and we can either direct people to routes. Sometimes people will show up and say, hey, I want to go clean this road. And we want to make sure that it's a safe road to have people out on. We put up signs and assist with those activities. And so appreciate everyone's engagement in helping us keep Goochland beautiful.
It's 8 to 12.
And that's an 8 to 12 event. Thank you. Last thing I wanted to share, a number of the board had the opportunity last Friday to be part of an announcement with our partners at we call them CVAC, it's Cumberland Valley Electric Co-op. Central Virginia, sorry, thank you. I knew I wrote that down wrong. That's why we got a team here.
That's right.
We had participated with them on a broadband expansion grant. They have a planned investment in multiple counties of about $120 million that they plan to deploy over a period of time. We've in the past done some incentivization to demonstrate Goochland's commitment and wanting to see them prioritize Goochland. We were pleased to be part of the announcement where they were awarded $28 million last Friday for expansions. And at that event, they announced that the Cartersville expansion into Goochland will be done this year, and we are working with them on the remainder of the 800 customers there over the next few years for expansion. And out of that event, not only did we attend that announcement, Mr. Drumright attended Ms. Spanberger's announcement, Congresswoman Spanberger's announcement that afternoon, and we've had more engagement with CVAC since then that they are looking at even a further reach than just those customers. And so we're excited to continue to work with them. I will make sure that I remember that they are Central Virginia Electric Co-op next time we're sitting in the room.
Yeah.
But it's an exciting project. It's consistent with our commitment and broadband plan that we've had for our residents. And it's just one of many expansions we hope to be able to share in the months to come, and including our own RFP that we plan to put out in the late spring, early summer here as well. So more to come, but that is a priority issue for our residents, and I wanted to just pass that along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. All right, thank you, Mr. Badesky. Next item is request to postpone agenda items and additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation. Do we have any? Nope. I do have one. Typically, we do not have the administrator comments in the evening session, but I'd like to add that it would be really the first item after we called order at 6 p.m. And I'd like Mr. Badesky to repeat the information he's provided about the coronavirus for our guests here in the evening. So without objection, we'll make that change. Okay. All right, so the next order of business is the citizen comment period. If anyone has comments on anything involving the county that is not in the hearings tonight, would you please come forward? State your name, address, and 3 minutes, please, if you can do that. Ms. Horn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Karen Horn, 3205 Doublebrook Road, Goochland, Virginia. As you all are aware, every week or month seems to be something special. Right now we are in Read Across America, hence Dr. Seuss. And that's important to our community for a lot of reasons. Also, during the month of March, it is considered Equity Month. So they really go well together. So in Goochland County, we have the opportunity to check out books at some wonderful libraries. And so thank you for your support of our libraries. In our schools, we have wonderful books to choose, and we also have our electronic devices that give children many opportunities to read. So truly, reading is one of the best pathways for all of us to be equitable and have the same opportunities to succeed. So thank you for your support of our libraries at our schools that provide the opportunities to read, to have books and materials, and of course our staff. And so before I leave, I will share a few words with Dr. Seuss. The more that you read, the more things you'll know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. Thank you.
Oh.
Read to a child.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Anyone else?
Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road, before Ms. Beskewicz starts the timer. I did want to mention that the Evirathon did have Virginia provided the national champion for Evirathon last year. Unfortunately, it was from James City County, not Goochland, but still, it is something that has put Virginia and Envirothon on the national map. Lisa, you can start now. And I appreciate that. I'm going to take 2 minutes and 53 seconds to talk about some of the budget issues that the board has been addressing, and specifically to the registrar's office. We're meeting on a Wednesday today because yesterday was a primary. And I took that opportunity to visit most. I didn't get to all of the precincts and talk to some of the folks there. And the consistent comment I heard was turnout was steady but not overwhelming. And I know there has been questions when there are primary elections, particularly, Goochland having to shoulder the burden of those expenses. My comment would be that is money well invested. I would hope the board would adequately, and I don't want to say overfund the registrar's office, but the sanctity of the ballot and the ballot box is what this nation was built on. Goochland is not a stranger to close elections. We had a very close election in 1999, and we had one in 2011, where the margins were less than 10 votes. Making sure that those votes were properly and accurately cast, I think all the citizens feel is important.
Absolutely.
There's some conversation, and I apologize not knowing the status on what the General Assembly is doing so far as opening up absentee balloting, early voting, if you will, and then also identification required at the polls. I would hope that the registrar's office would be given the funding needed to adequately address all these changes. The fact that people can cast votes is a very solid and important part of our democracy, our republic. But we want to make sure that they're the correct votes and that they're done according to legislation and the regulations. So if indeed there is a question on the registrar's office receiving some additional monies to address what is likely going to be an increase in absentee balloting or in other requests or requirements at the actual polling stations on Election Day, I would encourage the board to fully fund those. And if we're going to make an error in funding, I would err on the side of overfunding as opposed to underfunding. and that is 2 minutes and 53 seconds, so I'll sit down.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Anyone else? Ms. Moore?
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabot. I just made it under the gun. It's been a very, very busy month. And I thank you all for last month, getting us out at a reasonable hour. I know it was very hard on everybody to do it, and I appreciate your hard work, especially Ms. McGee's and Joanne for working with us residents. Getting back to the election that took the primary yesterday, there is a lot of big deal over trying to get people their real IDs in order to be able to vote. I just moved my brother from Massachusetts, and I waited with him for roughly 4 hours. And it took me 3 tries to get my real ID, and I've lived in Virginia for 41 years. So it is very difficult to get a ID in Virginia now with trying to get a real ID. I don't know how that is going to impact voter registration in the next election. I don't know what they're going to require.
I don't either.
So I would hope that, I don't know what the General Assembly is thinking about whether to lessen the restrictions or tighten the restrictions, but for people who have disability, like my brother, it was very difficult to get him an ID, and for people like my son, to get him an ID was a little bit difficult too. So I would think that as our aging population has to turn in their license, that we need to make sure that we're not taking away their right to vote. So I'm just asking that we be conscious of that, because people need to be able to vote.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the citizen comment period. All right, next item on the agenda is the minutes approval. We have the regular meeting from January 7th and a joint work session from January 22nd. I'm assuming you've read the meeting minutes. We have a motion to approve, or questions, corrections.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from the Board of Supervisors meetings on January 7th, 2020, and January 22nd, 2020, as presented in the packet.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, next item on the agenda is reports. First is VDOT. Mr. Nguyen today.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. This past month, we've had 122 work orders and completed 123. Had 7 call-outs. Y'all can read the report of what type of work we were doing throughout the month. I'm going to just go right on to pending traffic studies. And as I was informed a little while ago, the first on that list, it has to do with a pedestrian crossing.
Yes.
I think there was a little confusion where that was supposed to be. It's not right out here. It's at the courthouse itself. So what we're going to do, we're gonna collect some data of the pedestrians using that area later in the spring when the temperature, the weather's better. And what they'll do, they'll put up a video type thing that'll video people walking back and forth. And then after we get that information, we'll move on with the recommendation and everything. Completed studies, Route 6 at, let's see, 615. I think we had a citizen complaining about the speed out there, and what came of it, a recommendation was to add a stop sign on the right side, stop ahead sign at Chapel Hill Road, which is Route 615. We're in the process of putting those changes in place. Other study was about a school bus stop ahead sign, which has been installed already. Projects to note, Broad Street at Sandy Hook, the roundabout is on track for June 2021. The 522, 632 Fairgrounds Road is on track. We do have a public hearing coming up on that, I think it's April 9th, am I right? Public hearing, April 9th, okay. And Philip and I will be at that public hearing. The 250 Broad Street, 288 Broad Street project for the signals and everything. That contract is slated to start later this month, and he's supposed to have it completed by Thanksgiving, hopefully earlier. They were thinking about starting earlier, but the lead time on the mast arms was so great, they would complete all the work they needed to do prior to the mast arms coming in. So they delayed the start so there wouldn't be a lag in between. They could they could do everything and no work would happen for a month before the mast arms got there. So that's why we've delayed the start a little bit. So it's all, it'll move right along. And once all that's completed, hopefully the signals will work fine, and it'll be a safer place down there. You'll notice coming up, we do have some slurry seal prep work, and what the contractor will do there, they'll do some asphalt patching in some of the roads that we've got on our schedule. Once that's complete, later on through the year, they'll surface treat those roads and let it cure for 2 or 3 weeks, and then come back and sweep it and put the slurry seal on top of that. So it's a 3-part process. So if you get any information from any of your constituents, you can let them know that. Or if you have any questions about the process, just let me know, okay? I know one thing that was an item, the flash and stop sign at 45 and 6 has been installed. It's up.
It is?
Yes,
Awesome.
it's
Thank
up. The only other thing we really need to do is on Haydensville Fife is put those rumble strips back in on the roadway.
Yeah, right there at Old
Right,
Columbia.
yeah, but we've got that. We're gonna have that scheduled here pretty soon, as soon as the weather breaks.
Thank you.
Weather's been great anyway. Just never know about March. You could get a big one. You could get a big snowstorm by the end of March. So, other than that, I really don't have anything else. Sorry I missed the last meeting, but I was driving cross country with my son going to spring training, so that was a trip.
Okay.
So if y'all got any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for Mr. Spoonhour?
Mr. Wynn, thank you so much. You've been super attentive to everything I've reached out for, so thank you and your team for that. The neighbors in Mill Forest were really happy to see Mill Trace being paved, so thank you guys for that. But a question arose is, can you let me know what extent is going to be paved in Mill Forest? Is that all that's being done now, or we had heard that there would be some more coming, but I'm not really sure.
Well, with a slurry seal, the Cape Seal projects like this, they'll come in and patch certain sections of the roadway. They're not gonna pave the whole thing. Those sections will have some asphalt on them, and then after that's done, the contractor will come back in and do what we call a modified seal treatment, which is surface treatment with a block coat. And that's tar number 8s then tar, then number 9s, which is a block coat. That holds down the material so it doesn't fly up and hit windshields and that sort of thing. Then once that cures, the contractor has to come back, vacuum sweep the road, get any loose stone off, and then a slurry seal is put over top of that. So it's really a 3-part process.
Okay, so there may be some confusion. I think it was communicated to the neighbors that the whole development was being paved. Is that not the case?
No, it's not going to be asphalted.
Okay.
It's going to be cape seal. That's just
But it will
patching.
be, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn.
Any,
Sure,
Mr.
couple things. Thank you, Mr. Wynn. One thing, just for my education, the roundabout out here is on track for February 2022 advertisement. How long after advertisement does it typically take before work begins? Just in a
Usually,
ballpark.
I mean, once it's awarded after advertisement, it takes about 3 months after that, 2 to 3 months before they start work.
Okay. All right, good. At last month's meeting, we did get clarification. We thought it was at first that pedestrian study was out front here, and we did kind of stumble through and figure out it was down the way by the courthouse.
Okay.
But one of the things that was said was that the video was, or the monitoring was going to be for like a 12-hour period. And I think we reacted like, hopefully it'll be longer than that. So just take that back.
Okay, will do.
With your folks. Because obviously, which 12 hours, what day of the week, and that sort of stuff.
Right,
It's going to
right.
make a big difference.
We want to try to capture the most, when people are most likely to walk the area and that sort of thing. So we'll try to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Wynn, I just do have one. Talk about the slurry seal. You said the roads that you have on your schedule. Is there a way for us to get a list of what those are?
I gave them to Todd
Okay.
this afternoon. He's got a copy of everything.
Well, that was fast enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate your help.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chairman, on that note, typically in the spring 2x2s, we will also, or I'm sorry, not 2x2s, town halls, we will share with the residents which projects they have planned
Gotcha.
based on what Todd has in his hands today.
Gotcha.
As well.
Okay, wonderful. That's a big help. Okay, Ms. Parrish. Introduction of new county staff.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources, and I'm pleased to present new staff in Parks and Recreation and the Office of the Commonwealth's Attorney. Due to resignations, we have 3 new part-time recreation assistants that began on February 18th. They are Lindsay Jones, Willow Preston, and Melissa Profit. Due to a resignation, Joanne Romero joined the staff of the Commonwealth's Attorney on February 3rd as a legal secretary. Joanne comes to us from Chesterfield County, where she was a benefits program specialist for social services, a local probation officer for community corrections, and most recently a budget and management analyst for the Department of Budget and Management. And that concludes our new hire report. Thank you.
Okay, and none of them are present here today?
No, unfortunately not.
They're
I
working,
thought
hopefully,
Ms.
right?
Romero would be, but I don't
Okay.
see her here.
Okay.
So they must have gotten caught up.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, the next item is planning and development activity. It's in your packet. There's no action to be taken at this point. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. The next item is accounts payable, also in the packet. No action to be taken today. Any questions? Okay, all right, moving on. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Badesky?
Yes, Madam Chairman, there's only 3 items on the consent agenda today. The very first one is for the board to adopt a resolution allowing Gooch and Animal Protection to hold a rabies clinic on Sunday, April 19th, 2020. That's the first item. Apparently the Bluetooth alone is not solving this problem. Might need to set it off. Yep, we found the problem. There it is.
One button.
Second item on consent for today's consideration is for the board to consider authorizing myself to execute an agreement with G.L. Howard Incorporated for $555,000 for an extension of the Route 6 16-inch water line to the eastern end of the county and to appropriate an additional $310,000 in funding to make that award. And the last item that we have is authorizing myself to execute the attached amendment to the performance agreement regarding the Notch Hotel LLC, and it's a tri-party agreement between the county, Notch Hotel LLC, and the Goochland County Economic Development Authority. We actually had approved this agreement a year ago due to some delays in construction. As you can tell, it's close to coming to completion. They'd asked for an extension on this agreement. That's all. It doesn't change the fundamental terms of the agreement, just the timeframes. And so, Madam Chairman, those are the three items on your consent. I and staff are here to address any additional questions the board may have.
Okay, any questions on the consent agenda?
Quick one.
Okay,
question.
sure, Mr. Lumpkins.
Mr. Badesky, the Notch Hotel, has the EDA already signed off on that, or are they coming after us?
The EDA approved at the last EDA meeting a week ago, I believe it was.
Thank you.
All right, so we may take each item separately or vote them in a block. Can we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the consent items as presented.
So we have a motion, second?
Second.
Okay. So I have a motion, a second. Any further questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, now to the exciting stuff, new business. This first item is presentation of the Goochland Public Schools regarding their fiscal year 2021 county budget request. Dr. Rayleigh.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Ms. Lascalette, Mr. Badesky, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today the school board's approved budget for your consideration. It's my pleasure to represent this today on behalf of our school board. We do have 4 of our school board members with us in the audience today, and unfortunately our chair, Mr. Wright, is not able to make it. He's stuck in traffic on I-95. I know that he would much rather be here than where he is today. So I'm excited to be able to provide what the school board has approved for your consideration as we go through the ongoing budget process, as you deliberate and make the decisions that you need to make in the coming months in the overall county budget. I will share this is a process that started for us way back in October, and a process that involved a great deal of collaboration between Mr. Badesky and myself in consultation regarding the capacity to potentially fund some of the items that you will see this afternoon. What does the revenue look like? What are the needs of the overall county budget in comparison to what the schools need? So a true collaboration and a partnership, and thankful again for the relationship that we have and the opportunity to have that ongoing dialogue in the best interest of our students, our staff, and our community as a whole. So I've organized this presentation into a couple sections, talking a little bit about the philosophy, the successes of our school division, and then the needs of our organization as outlined by our 3 goal areas, and talking about opportunities for us to strategically abandon some approaches to ultimately fund some of the needs that we have, and then ultimately the funding sources associated with the needs that you are going to see this afternoon. Ultimately, every dollar that is spent in our current budget and our proposed budget is directly aligned with our mission, our vision, our core values, and the goals as outlined in our strategic plan. There's not $1 that sits outside the purview of that strategic plan. It's directly aligned with everything that we as an organization feel is extremely important. We do want to maximize the potential of every learner, and every aspect of our work is done with excellence, creativity, courage, honor, and optimism. They are our core, non-negotiable beliefs that we believe in. It's in the DNA of our employees and our students, and if you cut us open, you're going to see #Echo jump out, because it's just who we are, and it's what we're all about. It's a part of our organization that is near and dear to us. And so ultimately, this budget aligns our financial resources with our instructional objectives and what we want to accomplish from a business operations perspective to provide the support to accomplish all of our ultimate goals. And this is a budget that focuses on what matters most, and all of the decisions that have been made to this point in time are based on the best interest of the students whom we serve, the future of this community, those who will ultimately be leading this school division, this community, this state, and this nation future in the future years. So we are a very proud and successful school division, and I will say that the investment that this community has made in its public schools is paying dividends time and time again, with highly educated students that are making a positive difference in this world. And I will share that the work that you have done to support our school division certainly is manifesting itself in great accomplishments that we are extremely proud of. So I'll share some of those with you today. And I've shared this with you in the past, but it's one that we always want to talk about publicly, and the fact that it's the independent third party niche.com rates school divisions based on a variety of factors. And for the second year in a row, our school division has been rated as the best school division in the Richmond metro area. And out of 132 school divisions, we rank 11th and the 8th safest. So again, a testament to the investment this community has made in the successes of our staff, our students, and the great things that are happening in our schools. And we are also rated as the #1 special education department in the Commonwealth when you look at compliance, when you look at performance. The performance of our students with disabilities and the dedicated staff who meet their needs certainly rise to an extremely high level, as we've been recognized by the Commonwealth for our excellence there. And think about the number of schools across the world and on this globe that are using technology, and there are less than 500 schools worldwide who have been rated as an Apple Distinguished School for technology integration and using technology to enhance and support the instructional process. And not just one of our schools, but all 5 of our schools here in Goochland have reached this designation. And again, we are among elite company. It is a tangible example of the investment this community has made in education in our schools and the great results that we are getting from a technology standpoint. We hold ourselves accountable for student performance, and there are multiple measures that we use to determine whether or not we are making success on academic measures. One of them is the standards of learning and whether or not we are accredited by the Commonwealth, and we are, again, among elite company, as out of 132 school divisions, there are only 10 school divisions that have been fully accredited for over 10 years, and we are one of those 10 schools. We exceed state performance metrics in all 6 content areas, and so we are certainly overachieving. We are doing more than what pupils and staff across the rest of the Commonwealth are doing, and extremely proud of our performance in comparison to our peers across the state on this metric. My ultimate goal is that every child graduates on time. I fully believe that in time we can have 100% on-time graduation rate. I believe it. I know that we can do it. We are great enough, and we have strong enough relationships with kids and families that I believe that we can do it, and it's going to happen in time. But we are continually marching on a positive trajectory, and you can see that our on-time graduation metrics are strong and, again, exceed the state average. But we are also more than just numbers on a page. There are stories behind the successes of what happens in our schools every day. And every time I'm out in the school, I'm just continually amazed by what I see. I oftentimes go by schools and I pop in classrooms and just wave hi. But on Friday, I was enthralled by what I saw in 2 classrooms in our high school. And I went in and I just sat down and took it all in. I couldn't leave. I was there and I was like, I can't get up and go. I want to go elsewhere, but no, I need to stay here. I saw it in science and math just on Friday, and then again yesterday when I was at an elementary school. So amazing things are happening in our schools that you don't see in data, but obviously in the data we're performing extremely well. So there are opportunities that happen in our classrooms day in and day out that many of our residents and our parents don't have the opportunity to see. But certainly anywhere you go in our school division, you see students who are engaged, you see students who are having a positive experience, you see students who love coming to school. And so I talk to students often. I say, what's it like to be a student in our school division? I sat down with students at Randolph Elementary School today, and I said, tell me about what it's like to be a student at Randolph Elementary School. And this one young lady, Parker, she said, oh, I wouldn't want to be any other place in the world right now. So out of the mouth of babes, we know what it's like to experience being a student in our school division. And it's a result of the excellence of what we do, but it's the support that you provide and what our residents provide to ultimately help us to be successful. So extremely proud of what we're doing on multiple measures and the experiences that we're providing inside the classroom. So ultimately, what do we as a school division need to continue our success that we have had in the past, but ultimately not remain stagnant, continually challenge the status quo, and march on a positive trajectory towards ongoing excellence? So this is a budget request. It is based on not wants, but the true needs of our organization for next fiscal year. So let's talk a little bit about them. And we organize these into 3 distinct goal areas based on our strategic plan, the first being our teaching and learning objective. And this need is based on equity. And if you look at the number of students in each of our elementary schools and even our middle school and our high school, and you compare the number of school counselors in those schools compared to the students in the school, you can see that there is a distinct discrepancy between the staffing levels at Randolph Elementary School and our other schools. And ultimately, this is a long-term need that we will have based on what happens in the General Assembly in the coming weeks. Ultimately, some staffing ratios that we may not have any choice in, but ultimately next year we want to reduce those staffing ratios. So the approved budget from the school board includes adding a part-time school counselor at Randolph Elementary School to reduce that ratio and ultimately provide some more support services for our students who are in need in that setting. Another equity initiative is looking at the staffing of our reading specialists at our elementary schools. And again, as we know, Randolph is our largest school. And at the current time, every elementary school is staffed with one specialized reading specialist. And so if on average, about 12.5% of the student population in our elementary schools needs reading specialist support. And on average, the reading specialist in our schools serves 40 students. So one reading specialist meets the needs of the students at Byrd and the students at Goochland Elementary School. But based on population, 12.5% of a larger number is more students. So ultimately, we have approximately 18 students at Randolph Elementary School who need additional reading support, but at this time are not able to receive that support based on staffing. So we don't have the need for a full-time reading specialist at this time, but this budget does include the addition of a part-time reading specialist to meet the needs of students who need additional support in reading at Randolph. Excited about this initiative, and ultimately the experiences that I showed through pictures are happening within the traditional education setting, but we ultimately want to take what students are learning while they're in our classrooms and expand those experiences beyond the traditional setting. And so this budget includes the addition of a part-time individual who will support our teachers, and not only in our career and technical education fields, but in all fields to provide students experiences outside the classroom through an internship, a job shadowing, an externship, or any other sort of outside of the classroom experience to allow them to take what they learned in the classroom and apply it in an authentic setting. So as you can imagine, you need an individual who's going to make those connections with businesses, make sure that students are performing successfully with our business and industry partners. So this is a part-time position that will work 220 days to support the needs of our students outside of the classroom and give them authentic work-based learning experiences. We have an increased demand at our high school for fine arts classes, and this is an extremely popular section of our high school offerings right now. You can see that it's blowing up where we have more demand than we have seats to fill. And so as many as 730% above the seats that we have when you look at student alternate requests. So extreme demand here, and so this is a minor increase in staffing, taking a part-time position to a full-time position, and that's going to be able to provide some more experiences for students in fine arts at Goochland High School. And then much like the school counselor initiative, this community, you and the school board supported this current year a licensed mental health counselor to support the social and emotional needs of our students, because even though we plan exceptional lessons for kids, if students have things that are impacting them from a social, emotional, mental standpoint, it doesn't matter what we plan if their basic needs are not met from a social, emotional, and physical standpoint. We're not going to accomplish our instructional objectives. We've seen great success with what we have invested already in that licensed mental health counselor. This individual would be an additional teammate to help us support students, to help us support families, and ultimately try to make sure that students are prepared for the academic program that we will approach with them. So excited about this, and a great addition to our team to support the needs of our students from a social and emotional standpoint. Some of you may have heard about the summer slump, and it's real. And what happens over the summer when students are not in school, where there's a slump. And our data shows it historically over many, many years. This graphic shows the performance of all students, but if you broke it down into subgroups, if you looked at students in poverty, students who are learning the English language, students who have a disability, it's the same profile. Students grow, we do great work during the year, and then over the summer, there's a slide, and then they come back in and they grow. Just think what we would be able to do if we were able to continue the momentum of what we were able to accomplish throughout the course of the year during the summer months. Just think where our students would be at the end of a 13-year career if we were able to reduce that summer slump. So this budget includes investing some funds to reduce the summer slump and provide opportunities for students who are in need to extend and enrich their summer experience. And so we have a partnership with the United Way that does not cost us a penny. is for our students who do not have any sort of preschool experience. It gives them an opportunity for about 4 weeks to learn colors and numbers and shapes and sizes, and provides some sort of opportunity for them to have a jump start heading into their kindergarten experience, so that we can try to minimize the discrepancies and gaps between some of those students who have not had an experience and those who have. So excited about that. It doesn't cost us a penny because it's all being funded through the United Way. The second opportunity is a collaboration directly with the YMCA, and so we're really looking forward to what this is going to mean for our kids. Our current summer school experience for our elementary kids is a part-day experience. It lasts 4 weeks, and so what this will do, it'll be a full-day program. It will be AM academics, PM enrichment over the course of 5 weeks, and just think about what that means for students with the additional time that they're going to have in a research-based, proven curriculum that's going to help them be successful and get them where they need to be for the start of the school year. So real excited about what we're doing to extend learning opportunities throughout the course of the summer for our students. So in summary, there are a lot of other things on this slide that I didn't go into specific detail about, but you can see that overall the increase in proposed expenditures for this school area is $383,876, with some funding going to fine arts, athletics, robotics, libraries, and a variety of other things to meet our instructional objectives going forward. Our second goal area relates directly to attracting and retaining the folks who do the amazing work for our school division. And so when I presented this to the school board, I just showed some pictures of our amazing staff, those people who do the work of our organization, who put on the badge, who dedicate and sacrifice a whole bunch of time to making sure that our students are having the opportunity to maximize their potential. And so I am blessed to serve with really amazing professionals that do exceptional work for our school division day in and day out. So ultimately, the successes that I described earlier in this presentation are a direct result of the work that those folks do. So our school board, and I believe strongly that we need to provide an overall compensation package that is competitive for all of our employees. And much like every organization that we know, we rank ourselves compared to other school divisions and other entities within our business and our industry profile. And so you can see that there are areas where if we are comparing ourselves to 6 other school divisions, a total of 7 in the comparison, including us, there are areas where we rank below the median. And so ultimately our goal is to change some of these reds where we're below the median to at least the median at yellow or green ultimately. So for our classified employees, you can see where we rank in those comparisons. And then our certified employees, you can see that there's still a lot of red in that comparison, and ultimately a lot of that red is at the lower end of the experience scale for our employees. So this budget does include an opportunity for all employees who achieve a proficient or exemplary summative evaluation to move 1 step on the salary scale, and this budget also includes a cost of living adjustment for those employees, but ultimately it's tied to the performance of the employees, and they must earn a proficient or exemplary rating to earn both the step and the cost of living adjustment. Digging specifically into our teachers, who are the vast majority of our workforce, some details here related to our comparison and how we rank when we look at other school divisions in our region. This budget also includes fixing some of the compression issues that we have in our current scale and extending the scale from 25 steps to 30 steps and increasing the step differential between each step from 0.6 in many places to as much as 0.7. And the vast majority of our teachers would be the beneficiary of that compression adjustment, as you see on that slide. We also look long term, and as Ms. LaScalette said, we need to pay attention to what's happening in the General Assembly, understanding that the impact of a minimum wage increase will have an impact not only on county government but on us as well, and so we need to be prepared for that in the future. And then ultimately, for us to remain competitive in the future, we need to look at long-term compression issues, and we can't certainly accomplish all of that in 1 year. It needs to be a long-term process and one that we just chip away 1 year at a time. You will not believe that on average, a student in the Commonwealth of Virginia will spend 1 of their 13 years with a substitute teacher. So 1/13 of their overall academic career is not with a certified teacher, it's with a substitute. So we need to make sure that we have the best instructors that we can in the classroom when our teachers miss. We're not competitive with our substitute rates. So ultimately, this budget includes an opportunity for us to be more competitive with our substitute teacher pay rates and increasing those rates to the market rate, as well as expanding some definitions so that we can get more qualified and a higher quantity of substitute teachers in our ranks so that we can make sure we're providing quality instruction for our employees, for our students day in and day out. So a significant initiative there. Ultimately, Goal 2 includes costs that range over $1 million. We have mandated VRS costs. We also have, we are blessed that we did not have any sort of health insurance increase, but we are expecting some other workers' compensation increases. You see that's negligible, but overall, slightly over $1 million in additional costs for that goal area. And our third goal area is looking at our business operations, and this is a summary of what's included in those requests coming from the school board, slightly under $200,000 in new money, some of that related to utility costs, some just some general operational costs, and some other things that we need to do in order just to maintain the operations of our school division. So ultimately, board members, if you add up those three goal areas, that is higher than the revenue that we have coming in the door that's projected at this point in time. So much like we do every year, we scrub every budget line. We look individually at what we truly need, and are there opportunities for us to abandon current practices and use those resources to accomplish our overall goals and objectives. And again, this year we did that same thing. And so this budget includes $414,000 of strategic abandonment, where we looked at where we are spending dollars now and using those dollars in a more efficient and effective way to meet our overall goals and objectives. In transparency, it does include a reduction in our teaching staff at the elementary level of 2. And so we looked at class sizes, we looked at a variety of staffing ratios, we looked at enrollment and a variety of factors there and made that adjustment in this proposed budget. And we really looked at our technology operations to see if there were efficiencies there and some significant savings in our technology department. And again, to the tune of slightly over $414,000 in reductions there. So in all, the budget includes an addition of 1.92 FTEs and is $1.2 million larger than it is at this point in time, which is a 3.6% increase over the current budget. And if you look at it in summary form, over 78% of every dollar spent, 78 cents of every dollar is spent on our core operations, and that is instruction and technology, with the rest going just to our business operations and other ancillary impacts within our school division. And we are a people-heavy business. It takes people to do the amazing work that we do, and ultimately 83 cents on every dollar is spent on salary and benefits to our dedicated and passionate employees who are doing great work for our kids. So the big question is now, how are we going to pay for all of this? And thankfully, we are the beneficiary of fantastic support from you. We are only able to accomplish what we do with the support that we receive from the citizens and the taxpayers of this great community. This budget is based off of the governor's budget at this point in time. We are still uncertain what's going to happen out of Richmond. We may get additional revenue. I don't think it will be any worse than you see on these slides here. But true state aid went up negligible amount, 0.2%, as you can see. We were the beneficiary of some additional state sales tax revenue, and that was an additional 6.9% at this point in time. But again, in the overall budget, in the overall scheme of things, it's not a significant increase in state revenue. So you can see the orange is other state revenue, which is pretty much level, and the blue is our state sales tax revenue, which there is a minor bump in that year over year. But ultimately, we greatly depend on the support that we receive from our community, and this balanced budget request does include a request of the Board of Supervisors to the tune of $950,000 in additional revenue over the current level. As superintendent, I am extremely thankful that you have invested in public education in this community. I have attended many of your meetings where you have said that public safety and education are priorities for this community. And it's not just lip service. It's not just words that you're saying. It is, you have shown that in the deeds and the decisions that you have made day in and day out. And so I thank you for that. And I applaud you for that and recognize what you have done in the totality of everything that you face to support public education in our community. So I thank you for that greatly. So overall, 71.3% of this recommended budget would come from the county, with the next highest level coming from the state, but you can still see that that is less than 25% overall with sales tax combined. And this is a balanced budget where our revenue, our proposed revenue, and our proposed expenditures do match. And again, that's a 3.6% increase over current levels. As a needs-based budget, we had to make difficult decisions, just like you do every day, to see what is in the budget and what is not. And if we are the beneficiary of additional revenue from any other source, I think it's important that we look at some of our priority needs that were not funded and not included, and that would include providing optional health insurance for some of our part-time employees, specifically our bus drivers and our food service employees. That's a challenge for us right now, recruiting without providing that health insurance benefit, but that's something that is high on our radar. Special education teacher at the middle school, again, looking at salary placement for our school counselors and supporting our instructional objectives with some additional coaching. And some tier 2 needs. These are probably things that we will see in years to come, not funded at this point in time, but needs that we have that may show up in future budgets down the road. So let's talk for a second about capital improvement. And we had a great meeting together when we had a joint work session across the hall. And so I just wanted to hit some of those highlights because Mr. Lumpkins asked me in that setting, he said, what does $2.468 million in that next year get for you? And I spouted it off verbally, but for the benefit of our audience and anybody watching, this is what is included in that $2.4 million that's proposed in FY21. It includes projects for plumbing, it includes a set aside for the new Goochland Elementary School, the second half of funding for the Randolph Elementary School parking lot, some technology funding, roofing and flooring at our secondary complex, some additional funding for upgrading our athletic facilities, and $100,000 for a new school bus. I too am thankful again that you have centered all of the community's needs around the new Goochland Elementary School, recognizing that that is a critical project for our community going forward. And so that remains the focus of the school board's ask in the next 5 years is funding this at the level that we have described. And it not only is just the new school project, but it is parking enhancements at the secondary complex, and it also includes turn lanes and traffic improvements along Bulldog Way. And then as I described in my comments when we were together, it's important that we look at the long-term needs of our secondary complex and specifically some of our fine art spaces and some renovations that are needed in those spaces, including Classroom 143, which is a large space with well-intentioned design, but unfortunately is not a very usable space at this point in time simply because of some of the acoustic issues that we face there. And in a long-term plan for us, we would like to renovate that space and make it a more usable science, technology, engineering, and a really nice space for our students to do some creative work when it comes to engineering and design, adding some classroom space and really being a showcase of what we can accomplish from a creativity standpoint in our school division. And long-term, once funds become available, building a wrestling room at Goochland High School and ultimately an auxiliary gym that we would have the opportunity to have some more space available for students there. And we also discussed the addition of a 30,000 square foot space on our secondary complex that would allow us to abandon the space that we have currently at GTech. So some long-term needs certainly that impact us, and we also know that you have a lot of challenges with other entities and departments within the community as well. But ultimately, board members, this is a school board budget that focuses on what matters most, and these students that we see in front of us are our future leaders and those individuals that are going to lead us into the next many years in our community. And so I thank you again for the support that you have provided for us and the investment that you have made in our students and our staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Any questions from the board? Mr. Sharp.
I have one question. You mentioned health benefits for part-time employees. Is that something that we don't provide that other counties in the area do provide?
There are other counties that do provide benefits to their part-time employees. It was the decision made many years ago when there were tough times for every school division in a locality to balance budgets. And the decision was made at the time to increase salaries but eliminate benefits. And it was a conscious decision, and certainly up until this point in time, we have not had as many issues as we are now recruiting, specifically bus drivers. I'll share a little story. We had our job fair on Saturday, and there was a gentleman interviewing with our supervisor of transportation. I went up and talked to him. I said, "You can come work for us?" He said, "Guys doing offer benefits. I think I'm going to go talk to Hanover." So from a competitive standpoint, it hurts us, but we also know that we can't do everything in 1 year as well. So should additional funds come available, that would be something that we would certainly discuss in great length.
Do you have any idea what that cost would be?
It's going to be at least $140,000 because that's the cost for just bus drivers. And if I provide that benefit to bus drivers, I need to provide that benefit to my food service and my other part-time employees too. So it would be, I would say, no more than $200,000, but it would be between $150,000 and $200,000 probably.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No questions? You good? Okay. Mr. Lumpkin?
I think they'll be disappointed if I don't have a few questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Raley. All right, go ahead, Mr. Lumpkins.
Right. After last year, I had so many questions, I promised myself, and I told you later, I said, I'm sorry, I'm just still too close to it.
Yeah.
But I do have some questions, and I would just, first of all, thank you, thank the school board. I've had some discussions before today with a few school board members, and from my perspective, I just want to make sure they're asking the questions, because I'm not there, but I know they are, but it's great when I talk to them to find out that they're digging into this, and I know you're digging into it. There's a lot here. I've spent maybe an hour and a half in it, and so I know my questions are going to be things that you all have thought about and thought about for weeks, but
Sure.
but I do have a few things, and hopefully it'll be at a level that I hope will support the good relationship that we
Sure.
have. I mean, when I was, the last 8 years, both the boards were so committed to working together, and that commitment continues with the board changes. I can tell, and I know, and that's so critical, and you all highlight that in your report. It's what's going to keep us competitive, doing so well, and hopefully when, not just if, but when the economy slows down, the tough questions will get even tougher to answer.
Yes.
But we need to stay committed to that. So
Yes.
with that background, I do have a couple of things. They're kind of somewhat random. Before I get into the things I see here on your budget, look, before I looked at this recently and today, I did have a question on, and they're more on things that I think are coming from DOE and the General Assembly. Just a couple of things. Work-based learning. That's something that, reading about it in the last few weeks, that's something that's coming, and it's going to continue to come and cost us money. Is it not?
Yeah, that's an initiative that the Department of Education is driving. Right now, I think they're considering regional centers to support this initiative, but I would not expect that regional centers would be, it would be hard to meet the needs of individual school divisions with a regional center. So we're trying to get out in front of that curve and controlling our own destiny with this request. Certainly would be great to have a full-time person to do that, but you need to make difficult decisions, and starting with a part-time employee would allow us to expand what we're already doing. We have about 11 students doing this right now, but with success breeds success. We have a lot more students who are requesting it, and we can't support the need with what the current staffing that we have at this point in time.
Is it true that DOE, they're coming with more and more, that they're going to require more work-based focused across the curriculum, right?
Yeah, so we will be held accountable in our accreditation matrix in 2 years regarding college, career, and workplace readiness, and it will be a specific metric in that accreditation standard. And so we need to be prepared to say that, yes, we are providing those experiences for all students.
So my reaction was, I see you're adding half an FTE. It's in your budget. I saw four appearances of the word work-based, and it talks about the half FTE. But if these things keep coming, you're going to have to add to that, aren't you?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
How about counselors? I know when I was on the school board, we were always talking about more counselors. I'm glad to see you've added a counselor. Does this budget meet the budget you're asking, that your school board has approved? HB 1508, school counselors minimum staffing ratio, it looks like that's, I think that's passing, or it's coming close to passing. That requires, and when I looked at the impact statement, and the impact statement says they didn't need to do a study because the budget that was out there takes care of this expense. So that prompted a couple of questions. If the budget changes, does this law that gets passed go away? Probably not. So I mean, I wonder about that. But more importantly, are we meeting that requirement with your budget request?
So the benefit of the audience, it's called the standards of quality. The state says, here are the bare bones minimum standards that all school divisions must meet. And so those standards of quality are different in the Senate version and the House version at this point in time. This request will allow us to meet whatever comes out of the General Assembly.
Good.
I would expect that in time, that standard will go down to 250 to 1. And when that does, our school division will need to add one more full-time school counselor to meet that standard. But in the interim, this will allow us to fulfill our compliance requirements.
Good. And as far as you can tell, maybe it's too into the weeds and the budget's going to change, but they're at least funding this in
Well, it is funded at the prevailing salary based on composite index. And so there are some resources in the state budget, but as we know, those costs are largely picked up by our locality.
Thank you. So a couple of things, and I can see the focus of this budget is salaries, and you emphasized that. You've been emphasizing it at prior meetings, and I'm glad, I'm all supportive, and if this is what the school board comes forth with, I support it. But I'm looking at page 18 of your budget, and I'm going to read a couple of sentences. And again, I don't know that let me read it, and I'll give you my reaction to it, and I'm not necessarily looking for any kind of answer, but it says, this year staff received a 3% increase for the first time in 10 years. Although the compensation increases have been appreciated, they have not been comparable to those made by other school divisions in the region who increased salaries on average 1% more than Goochland County Public Schools. So I guess I do have a question. Is that average 1%, is that over the last 10 years, or do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, so the data that I shared is current data. So in a year where the school division provides a 1% and everybody else provides a 1%, yes, we're providing the same salary increase, but we don't gain any ground because we're kind of a year behind. So in order to gain ground, you kind of have to exceed what competitors are doing. So this comparison is based on this point in time, and it's kind of lagging a year behind. But we feel that with this proposal, it will allow us to really make some progress in our market based on the proposal that was shared today.
Okay, so because I see this in the budget, and I guess the bottom line is you're saying that the budget, if we approve this budget, that it is addressing these concerns you have here, or it's a big step towards it?
Yes, sir. It's a huge step forward. Yes, sir.
Because if we were to embrace what the tone of this bottom of page 18, I think I would have a lot of questions. You say the average budgeted teacher salary in Goochland is $51,953, less than the Virginia state average of $60,000. That's a gap that, when you look at it, it's like, whoa. Yeah. But then, is that Virginia state average weighted?
Well, that Virginia state average factors in Fairfax County, Falls Church, Arlington, so you have to pay 80 or 90
just to get people to come and talk to you.
Right, so that's why we focused on our competitive market when we really get down in the weeds and seeds of things and those school divisions that we're truly competing for talent against.
Yeah, and then the last comment on this part of the page, it says, because GCPS needs to maintain a highly professional and results-driven staff, school leadership have struggled for several years with how to adequately attract, recruit, and reward teacher staffing with limited funding. Again, when I read that, but I guess what you're saying is this budget starts to address that concern.
Yeah, this budget really would allow us to make a significant gain in our competitive market, and then ultimately looking at it long-term too, and knowing that you can't just wash your hands and saying we're done. It's going to be a continued conversation for all of us every year that we're standing here.
Good, Mark. That's good to know. Thank you. So on page 42 of your budget, I think you make a very a very accurate statement at the top there. It says, Virginia legal requirements limit the ability of public schools to develop long-term financial plans. When I saw that, I definitely wanted to dig in and read a couple of things, so I'll just ask a couple of questions. On the next page, it says the Virginia 2019 Appropriation Act, local governments, quote, are encouraged to allow school boards to carry over unspent local allocations into the next fiscal year. And then you go on to explain that has not always been the case, et cetera. I was trying to understand, and I'll just ask the question very simply, are we doing what you think we should be doing in this front?
You have been very strong supporters of any remaining funds at the end of the year. You have always returned them to us for one-time capital expenses. And there are unfortunately localities who do not reward their school division for strong fiscal stewardship, because truly a fund balance is that. You have really managed your money well, and at the end of the year there's a balance. You have recognized that and have reappropriated those funds to the school division for one-time capital expenses, and so you are a model for others to follow.
Good. I wanted to make sure that that was consistent, because thank you. And so the next paragraph on here talks about unassigned fund balance, and this is my last real point. And you cite that how we're doing. I guess let me just ask, and you're familiar with probably the paragraph in here that I'm pointing to, how we're above requirements, well above policy guidelines. Does the school board or you have any concerns with that front of the county's management? Because I know I did when I was on the school board, like, why are y'all holding all that money?
Yeah, no, we are very grateful for all of your support.
And being here, I understand why now.
No, we are very thankful for all of your support. You have increased your funding to the schools in the 4 years that I have been here, and so we're blessed to have a strong relationship with you and recognize that you see us as an investment, and we're thankful for everything you're able to contribute.
Yeah, and I've always told you I support year-round schools, or whatever euphemism we need to call it, like all seasons or something.
Yes. We're getting there.
So keep going. You have one board of supervisors, and I encourage the school board to take a good look. I think it's low-hanging fruit to really improve our school system, and I hope maybe in my lifetime we see that. And speaking of longer term, some of the things you cited, some of the renovations, the wrestling room and things like that, they've been out there for a while. I hope we get there soon. We have some real capital needs. I hope things continue so we can see some of those things checked off.
Sure.
I want to give a shout out to Miss Wagner. I think she's hiding in the back. Congratulations on all your work. The special education part, that's been the last couple of years. We've had great reports on that. I know it's a team effort, but I know you lead that, and thank you all for continuing to excel in that area and all the other areas that you have a lot of great highlights. And I'm proud to support this budget. Thank you for the transparency, the detail, and I know we're going to have some tough questions in the years ahead, particularly on the capital side, but I'm looking forward to the year ahead, and thank you for this presentation.
It's our pleasure.
That's it.
I yield back my remaining
Do you
30
think
minutes.
Mr. Peterson.
Madam Chair, if I could, just really quick. Thank you, Dr. Raley. First of all, I want to just thank you and your staff for all the hard work that went into this budget. You can just be justifiably proud in its content and its form. I had a couple of things really quickly. The other one, congratulations on all your successes. I just didn't want that to go by. Two quick questions real quick. How will this affect the use of learning cottages, I think they're called?
I call them trailers. They call them learning cottages, but they're trailers.
They're trailers.
How will this budget affect those? Will we still be using those?
This budget maintains the status quo. It provides the rental money needed to pay the vendor for keeping the current spaces that we have on our elementary school campuses.
Okay, so the real solution there is going to be the new GES, is that?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
The other one was on minimum wage. Is it, I guess, what's reflected in this budget as far as minimum wage potential increases? Is there any potential increases accounted for here, or would that have to be net new money? Or
No new money based on what we expect will happen in FY '21. I think that this budget will certainly accommodate the first year of any sort of change, but if that continually escalates, then we're going to have to accommodate for that in future budget years.
Okay, so that's something we'll revisit next year.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. That's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, well, I'd just like to add my thanks as well.
Yes, ma'am.
You've done a fantastic job, and you and your entire team, so we really appreciate the work that you've done and what you do all year.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, for our students and for our community.
Thank you.
So we'll certainly take this under advisement, and we'll continue to have the discussions, but it's a fantastic budget, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so the next item is agency presentations. The county, for the county budget, health and welfare, which is Mr. Drumright.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Drummer, just as we enter this one, because we have some folks in the room that may need to come and go, rather than waiting for each section to be finished and answer all questions at the end, maybe we can address each agency or partner at the end of those sections.
Oh, be happy to do that.
Clear the room.
Good afternoon. Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager. It's my pleasure this afternoon to speak to you about the Health and Welfare Fiscal Year 2021 departmental budgets. This afternoon, as we cover it, I'd like to make note that these are each, our human services are delivered through a number of diverse departments that we then share responsibility with the state or with other localities to help support those agencies in their operations. We have on the screen 7 different ones that we'll be going through today. I'd like to thank them before we get started for all the hard work that they've done, that they do through their agencies. In working on putting together these budgets for us that I'm presenting. Would also like to mention them that they're sitting here so we can ask questions. If I don't have the answer, they have the answers. Representing Gooch and Powhatan Community Services, we have Stacy Gill, who's the Executive Director, Sally Graham, Executive Director of Gooch and Cares. We have Dr. Frank and Kathy Mears with the Chickahominy Health District, the Goochland Health Department. Tom Shepley with the Goochland Library, Pamunkey Regional Library. Kimberly Jefferson with the Department of Social Services, and Mills Jones with the Office of Children's Services. So let's get started. So the first one up is the Gooch and Powhatan Community Services. They provide the local public mental health, developmental disability, and substance use disorders for both here and Goochland, as well as over in our neighboring Powhatan County. So they have a number of different programs that they support these efforts in, including through 24-hour support and crisis services, day programs, and behavioral and wellness programs. Looking at their performance measures, they follow with measures through the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, DBHDS as a short acronym. They meet actually out of the statewide targets, 7 of the 9, and out of those, they are the top performer in one of those areas, as well as the top performer in top 3 in 2 of those areas, and then there's one other one where they are a little bit further up in there out of 40 community service boards across the Commonwealth. So that's really great news. They do continue to work to get the other targets up so that they can be consistent and have all high achieving. Moving into their budget request, we are showing an increase in local funding for fiscal year 2021, primarily related to staff recruitment and retention, through better matching salaries of new hires and staff raises, as well as so that they can address some updates to their facilities, and then also efforts to raise awareness of their current services that they provide to the community. And I will note that the amount we're showing, 20,250 increase, that actually our partners, they've asked and made a request to our partners in Powhatan for the same amount, so that we would match. And that's how we've done it historically, where we equally fund their budget. Moving on to their future outlook and challenges, what they see on the horizon is Medicaid expansion. That is affecting services, coverage, and reimbursement, as well as general fund revenues, as well as then with STEP Virginia. This is the mental health redesign for Virginia, and so they've had same-day access, which they've implemented, as well as primary care screening, which they're working on. And so they're working on those first three steps and continuing to try to improve. Then moving on, financial realignment of the funds related to state hospital utilization. This is a state change. And then they also have some other challenges regarding a Department of Justice settlement agreement. With that, be happy to take any questions you may have related to their budget request.
Board, any questions? Okay.
Okay.
Keep rolling, Mr. Dunlap.
Moving on to Gooch and Cares. As most folks are familiar, Gooch and Cares provides health care as well as a number of basic human services to the Goochland residents here in the county, and they are a strategic partner with our health and human service agencies. They have a number of performance measures that they monitor, including the number of folks who benefit from their food pantry, number of folks who receive financial assistance, home repair, where they restore homes so that people can live there safely, as well as then the domestic violence program, medical transportation, emergency housing, healthcare, and so on, and so on, and so on. Moving forward with their budget, we do see an increase in their fiscal year 2021 budget of $12,000, and that is due to an increase in emergency home repair funds. In years past, they have always ended the year or run out of their emergency home repair funds before the end of the year. And so this year we are proposing the additional $10,000 towards that would then allow them to address additional home repairs efforts. And this is part of the county's participation in the GVA Housing Task Force, where we're looking to offer that and participate in that aspect. The additional other $2,000 would go into additional programs to help with the increase in cost on those programs. With that, there you see their future outlook and challenges is the funding of current and future programs as they continue to have rising costs and demands. They are facilitating that housing GVA task force that is starting to look at and just trying to identify a little bit better what that housing need is in the community, and that the county is participating at the table. And then they see funding increased across all their operations in addressing and trying to identify and address community needs. And with that, I'll take a pause and see if the board has any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Lumpkins.
Yeah, and I know, Ms. Graham, I think you still have a little window. I know you had some time. Can you answer? I'll start asking Mr. Drumright, but it might be a question that you have to feel. I'm looking. I went online and I looked at Gooch and Cares' budget. The last report I can find online is a 2018 financial report. It shows 9% of their budget comes from state and local governments. Well, I just did the calculation on their total support. It looks like we're at a little more than 4%. I was just kind of wondering, is the 9% figure going forward, is that still, are we still at the same rough averages of 9% of the budget is from state and local government, and are we close to about half, providing half of that 9%?
No, she needs to come up here. Put you on record, Ms. Graham.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks for having me here. The other state funding that we get primarily is for healthcare through the state funding for the safety net. And that is maybe 10% of our healthcare budget. And we also get domestic violence, sexual violence and domestic abuse funding through the state and through some federal DJIS funding. So probably the overall percentage is about the same if you put those together.
From a couple of years, or from a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
whenever this
And-
report was?
Yeah, and the state funding for, the state federal funding for DV may have gone up some, but probably the overall, because our whole budget's gone up, the percentage probably stays about the same.
So when Mr. Drumright says you run out of emergency home repair funds, can you raise money? Can you make a petition for folks to, for the community? I mean, a lot of this money you get is from 37% of your budget's from individuals.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
just
I mean,
wondering
that's,
if
we're
you run out of-
constantly,
If you run out of emergency home funds, you don't stop trying to capture that money.
so
do
what
you?
we've done for the past 2 years is we run out of, between September and October, we prioritize prioritize the projects that we've already evaluated for urgency, and then we try to address those first. We've been really lucky for the past 2 years, divine intervention or something, that we've had somebody up and say, an individual step up and say, what do you need? And we've said, we need home repair. We've got 10 projects that really, really need to get done. And we've been able to do those priority projects. But it's always a little bit of a, hope this works.
So 210,000 is not a huge amount of the budget, but
No.
what kind of of the county's budget, what kind of accountability, how does it work? I know we have a member that's on the board, so I know there's lots of avenues of accountability, but could you just describe for me if you all say, hey, 10,000 of this increase is going to emergency home repair? I mean, you have things in place that make sure that's the case.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. So a designated funding is designated. We, if somebody says this is for home repair, that's what it's used for. We can demonstrate that, with our P&Ls and that kind of thing, of where the money went. Absolutely. Yeah.
So when you come to us and
Is that-
ask.
did that
Yeah,
answer your question?
I think you're answering the question
Okay.
mostly. So if somebody has come to us and said, we need $10,000 more in this bucket.
Uh-huh.
Does that come from you and your board?
Yes.
And you look
Yes.
at your funding source and say,
My-
we'll ask the county for this
Me, the
piece?
board, and staff. And we worked with Mr. Badesky and talked about that before we established this budget, yeah. That's a primary place that we run out of funds before the year's over. As far as what we've budgeted, we have funds, but for what we've budgeted.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for.
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
the
thank you.
information.
Thanks, Paul, thanks for.
Hold on, there may be a few more questions. Sorry.
Mr. Madam Chair. Mr. Graham, thank you for everything you do for the county. A simple question. I noticed that we also you offer services to surrounding counties, individuals, Louisa, Fluvanna, and Cumberland. Can you talk a little bit about how they're funded, or if they're any different?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because I really do want everybody to understand that we have, because of the Medicaid expansion, a number of our patients received coverage to get medical care, now can get medical care elsewhere besides a free clinic. That opened up availability within our medical clinic, just the medical clinic, because we have volunteers, we've got the facilities, and we didn't want to waste it. And we know that there are people out there who are going out without health care. So we have done two things. We've expanded our income eligibility for medical only. So it's up to 300% of the FPL. We know that even at that income, people have difficulty affording insurance, affording deductibles, affording co-pays, and definitely affording their medicines. So that's for everybody. That's for anybody in Goochland, and you'll see signs up. We've sort of done an outreach campaign. But we also looked at the surrounding counties and the FPL of the adjacent parts of those counties to Goochland. Because if you're in, say, Louisa, and you're closer to Charlottesville, you're going to go to Charlottesville, right? So we know distances and transportation is a factor. So we have offered just medical to Fluvanna, Louisa, and Cumberland. But it is just medical. So our emphasis and our focus is always on Goochland residents and taking care of them first. We have had few people come in, and a few people come in over our previous income level who live in Goochland. It's not going to be a great surge of people. It's not going to stress the organization. It's hard when people come in and say, if I can get medical, what about that food over there? But our food pantry is feeding over 320 families a week. We can't expand our eligibility for food pantry and our other programs. So this is strictly medical. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brunel. Ms. Peterson.
Madam Chair, thank you. First of all, Sally, thank you for everything you do. And I anecdotally have heard that some folks that were covered under Medicaid now that could be seen in a waiting room somewhere would just prefer to stay with you guys because you guys do such a great job and the service you provide is just second to none. So I just wanted to share that with you and thank you for everything you do.
And a number, there's something called churn, which is people get Medicaid and then they lose it and they come back. And we're seeing that. Some of the people who got Medicaid initially because they tried to enroll as many people as they could and had pretty whatever guidelines are now finding that they're losing their Medicaid. So we're happy we're there for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, moving along, we'll move into the Health Department. As you can see, the Health Department has a wide variety of programs and tasks that they take on, ranging from medical clinics, communicable disease control, emergency preparedness and response, environmental health, population health, and then also supplemental nutrition for women, infants, and children. So looking at a couple of their performance measures, looking at these numbers, as you can see, we have through fiscal year 2019, they do have numbers that seem to be heading down in a number of categories, which are good indicators that they'd like to see. They do have a couple that are starting to tip back up, related to a couple of care and areas. We do not have here, unfortunately, environmental health numbers. They went through a change in server, and so they don't have reliable numbers on environmental health, so food inspections, well and septic in that aspect. Otherwise, we would have those up there to show how those are being handled. Looking at their budget, we do have an increase for fiscal year 2021 of just over $13,000, and that is related to increase in staffing of the health department. They're adding a part-time or part of a full-time FTE here, environmental health specialist, as well as then part of a full-time FTE community health educator that would be based here. Here we would be sharing both those positions with New Kent County. They also have an anticipated salary raise of 3%, and then they also have some increased health insurance cost and IT cost. They are a state agency. We do, as it relates to staffing, we do sit down with them and discuss staffing needs and address how we would like to handle that, or when we do see a need to increase, such as we've seen with the environmental health specialist area, where they were getting a number of increased applications for well and septic with a lot of development going on. And so that's one of the reasons we see that position in there. Moving into their future outlook and challenges, they have the population health program. They continue is continuing to progress. The community health improvement plan that representatives from the county and the community have been working on this past year is in the final stages of being reviewed, And so that should be out in the next, end of this month or beginning of next month. We have the community health educator who will be able to come on and help with some of those initiatives that are coming out of that community health improvement plan. And then they also have addressing the opioid epidemic. They have a individual who's dedicated to doing revive trainings with Narcan, who's out in the community trying to outreach and help related to that effort. They also then, as we have the Goochland's growing population and commercial development, and then at the very bottom, as Chief Watkins talked earlier, the COVID-19 novel coronavirus outbreak. And so having to manage that public health, their component of the public health emergency required with that. And I'll be happy to take any questions that the board has.
All right, board.
Dr. Frank's here as well.
Yes. Oh, please, Dr. Frank. Any questions from the board? You might get off easy. If not, I do have one. So right now, we don't have really some of the data on the environmental health services. You're asking to increase that by a half a person. And
Yes, ma'am.
so what is the basis of that again?
So basically, for the last several years, our one environmental health specialist, on-site specialist, has basically been maxed out. He cannot keep up with the current demand for the last several years. He's been putting in overtime, and we want to basically get back to the way things were even 5 or 6 years ago when we had two environmental health on-site specialists, and we're trying to kind of work back towards that.
Right.
That position was cut during some bad economic times when we had to make some budget cuts.
Right.
So we're actually just trying to get back to that level again, and we're doing that incrementally by adding a half of an FTE,
Right.
so that we can actually manage the demand that's already out there.
Right. And so you would just probably make this one position a full-time, or you literally would hire another part-time person?
So we have, in the long-term plan that we put forth, I think it was 2 years ago, we looked at a 25-year plan along with the other agencies. We laid that all out there, and we're anticipating maybe in the next 5 years, we would go from a 1.5 to 2.0 in the on-site program.
Okay.
That's all, it's all documented in that long-term plan.
Okay. I don't know what I did with my copy, but yeah.
I think that was 2 years ago.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you for what you do.
All right, thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Now we move into the regional library. We share the Pamunkey Regional Library with a couple of our neighbors. They provide the quality of life in the community with the library here, with both books as well as computer access and the ability to do electronic books and access databases at home. So you don't necessarily have to be there at the library to use their resources. Looking at their performance measures, and we do have, it shows as of a number as of January 2020 where they are in this year. They do have a target of the number of visits that they'd like to see, as well as then with circulation, and then new card holders, and they see churn in new card holders of folks, cards expiring, new folks coming to get additional cards, and so that's with those numbers. Moving into their budget, we do see an increase in fiscal year 2021 of just over $10,000, and that is for salary increases for the regional library employees. They are working on a new staffing plan that would realign positions as well as then have a little bit more defined roles across their entire system. And again, with this library, with the regional library system, we share funding it over multiple localities, and so we do have a share of the funds that we provide for the Goochland Library versus what our neighbors, Hanover and their other localities, cover.
This is our share.
They continue to have as their future outlook and challenges, salaries and staffing. They right now don't have a health insurance increase, but there's always that potential format, content delivery with the changing mechanisms of all the different stuff out there in digital. And then their facilities addressing future needs across their system, not only in Goochland, but in Hanover and their other localities, or the needs that they see. And I would note, related to the health insurance, that they follow what Hanover County does. So while we may stay with no health insurance for employees, they have to follow what Hanover is doing, since they have that majority from there. And so that's that concern on that aspect. And if there is any questions from the board.
All right, board. Looks like we're, Mr. Shepley, any other comments you'd like to make?
I would say the increase does include a health insurance increase this year. Our cost structure, we go along with what Hanover has, but I mean, how we choose to offer insurance is our own policies. We're just part of the same pool.
Gotcha.
But otherwise, that was a pretty minor detail. I mean, I could probably mimic everything that the school said. You know, the library system has 140 employees, and we have like 28 that are full-time. We have a few people that do have part-time health insurance, but the majority of them don't. That's part of our staffing, you know, challenges in the future. We would like to have more full-time staff. We have a lot of churn. You have to train people.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of things that go into that. And,
right.
We have a lot of staff that have been with us a long time. So,
right.
But that was we've asked for some other funds for that. But yeah, thank you for your support.
Okay, absolutely.
I would point out that Eileen Ford and Linda Moore, who are your appointees to the Regional Library Board, are here today too. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, some further questions? Thank you. We appreciate what you do.
Okay, moving into social services. They provide a range of services, from protective services for children, aged, and also disabled, to daycare, foster care, and adoption services, as well as they manage a number of the federal assistance programs, otherwise the supplemental nutrition assistance, the Medicaid auxiliary grants, temporary assistance for needy families, as well as they also manage Goochland's Community Action Grant Program that provides assistance and training opportunities for our citizens who are income eligible residents. Taking a quick snapshot here, we have up on the screen is a look at Medicaid and SNAP clients that they've been serving through those federal programs. Now, these numbers do stop back in the spring of 2019 because it follows the state's fiscal year. But as you can see, SNAP is going down, whereas Medicaid is going up. SNAP is going down because there are additional requirements requiring that able-bodied folks have to work and can only be on it for a certain amount of time related to that. So, taking a look at the Community Action Program, as you can see on the screen, they fund through that Community Action Program a number of different initiatives, ranging from food vouchers to helping with rent and mortgage, to help with utilities, medical supplies, dentures, doing a little bit of home repair. They also partner with Gooch and Cares in getting folks over to that program. And then we have Silver Warrior Cafe, and then administrative funds that they use to actually operate the program. We do show a personnel cost increase for fiscal year 2021. It is for a benchmark increase, 3% increase to address low starting pay and turnover. Experienced employees are being hired at higher salaries. They have completed a compression study and that has led to this request and our support of providing additional funds to increase salaries and to address those compression issues with their employees that they are having. There is also a slight decrease in their operating cost, reflects the decreased utilization of their assistance programs, and that's based on they go back and look at prior year trends as they're working on that aspect. They do have a number of future outlook and challenges. The first one is foster care. With that, they put a premium on having folks placed with families if possible. Relative placements can be less traumatic for youth and can also help to speed along that process of hopefully reuniting. I do have a note that as of or earlier in February that they had 13 children in foster care and 2 youth in another program we have called Fostering Futures, which helps to folks who hopefully to graduate out. The Families First Prevention Services Act is provides federal funding through Title 4E of the Social Security Act, and that provides evidence-based services to the families who are at risk of entering the child welfare system, so coming into foster care. The one problem with that program that they have is that initiative needs approved providers, and they so far have not had that happen, finding approved providers, and that program is scheduled to begin July 1, 2020. It is a program that's coming down from the federal government down to the state to be implemented, and so one of how that's all going to work is that's that challenge with that. Medicaid expansion, as of March 1 of this month, that they had 895 individuals approved. So that's new folks coming into Medicaid as part of the Medicaid expansion through the state. And with that, so they're having to manage those folks. As Sally mentioned, there can be that churn of folks who become eligible and then wind up not becoming eligible. So the other challenges is SNAP Take the Pledge, as mentioned earlier, that they have employees where they, or folks who are taking advantage of the program have to work if they're able-bodied, and so they are actually working with economic development and some other community partners to try to help get those folks into work programs and to opportunities. And then the final one is staff retirements. And then this chart here shows, related to Medicaid expansion, with the 895 individuals, it shows the number who have received any type of medical service, who have been at least to one doctor's office visit, and then who have received at least one prescription. This data is as of March 1st, and so it shows that these folks are able to take advantage of that expansion that was offered. Most of the folks are taking advantage of it. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Also, we have Ms. Jefferson here as well. If you'd like to make any comments, board.
Yeah, I had a couple, just real
Okay.
quick.
So we recognize Mr. Peterson here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Ms. Jefferson, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, good. Thank you for coming out today, and thank you for everything you do to ease suffering in this county. The Medicaid expansion, 800 and some odd, how does that compare to the original projected increase in enrollment? Do you have?
Well, it includes those who are on gap insurance and the Plan First program, so new to any programs is 496 new cases, and they were predicting about 411 new cases before it started, so it's aligning with what they were predicting.
Okay, all right. That's within some standard deviations, margin of error, I guess. Good, thank you. I just appreciate that update. And then on the staff enrollments or retirements, potential retirements, do you have a staffing succession plan or in place to try to
We're working
manage
on
that
that.
process?
We can hire a person 90 days before somebody retires. I have one supervisor who has said she's going to work forever. She's been with us for 39 years, but most of them are line workers who we can hire 3 months before they actually leave.
Okay, I know there was some concern that with the expansion, just about all the jurisdictions would be looking to hire additional folks, and that might make it more problematic to try and attract new folks.
If you look at the state website for positions for social services, it's about 4 to 5 pages. All localities are looking for positions, social workers, benefit program specialists, and everybody's competing with each other. For our staff turnover, we had 5 individuals to leave last year. 1 person went to the county. We had one who lived in the Caroline County area. She went to Fredericksburg because it was closer. And we had 2 to go to Henrico with a 10,000 plus increase to their salaries. So those
Were you able to replace those folks?
we
or-
were able to replace.
Okay.
And one replacement was from Northern Virginia who was relocating here. And one was an experienced worker, so we are replacing those positions, but sometimes that comes at a higher salary rate than the person that left.
But Goochland's such a beautiful place, I'm sure they'll.
But they don't live here, so it is beautiful though.
Well, good. I just wanted to make sure that, and anything we can do to help out with that and stay in front of that, because it is going to be a challenge. And it sounds like you're on top of it, but anything we can do, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you for your
what
support.
you do.
Thank you.
Good news is we're almost through. We've got 2 more to go. So next to last is Children's Services Act. With this position, they manage and ensure the compliance of the Children's Services Act program. This is a program that was created at the state. They also help develop community resources designed to strengthen the Goochland County families and children. And then they also, individual helps represent us on a number of state and local work groups that work to make improvements to this program that are coming down from the state. For one of the measures that we do have with the Children's Services is related to the number of children in foster care who are achieving permanency. And when we talk about permanency, we're talking about, okay, they're going to being adopted, returning back to their biological family, or moving into an independent living status. While looking at the numbers on the screen, you can see fiscal year 2019 was a really great year, and that we cheer those successes. But then at the same time, other years, we were not able to have those successes at that time, and we have to manage the program as well as having potential additional folks coming into that program. But we're continuing to always try to work towards achieving permanency. With this position, we do show a cost increase. Related to programs, operation of the program. We are seeing that the cost of services are going up that we have to participate in, and that we're putting individuals into. So we do also show that we did have a position requested in the budget. This office, the Office of Children's Services, is a one-man office currently. And so we did propose a position. We were unable to have that filled, but we are working with our partner human service agencies to provide backup contingency operations when that individual is away on vacation or has to be out of the office. So that's how we're handling that. Moving into the challenges, a lot of the challenges that the Office of Children's Services has, or what you've heard from the other ones, the Family First Prevention Services Act, as well as finding foster care services being funded, and then any of all the other programs from social services to the CSB to Goochland schools are all challenges for the Children's Services Act, because they works as a kind of middleman in those programs. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Mills is also here, so any questions from the board? All right, Mr. Spoonhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, what is the, how are we doing with the number of foster families in Goochland compared to the need?
I would have to defer that to Ms. Jefferson, whose department handles a lot of that. One of the things that we've been able to do, we're always looking for foster families. That's just a given. One of the things we do an alternative is placing with relatives, which we find is to be more successful. One of the other indicators is the numbers of children that we use private foster care agencies for. And we are very lucky is that we currently only have 2 children that I'm aware of and a third coming that are in private foster care agencies at this time.
So we have a worker called a resource family worker that tries to get families ongoing throughout the year. It is challenging to have families here in Goochland. Sometimes we have to reach out to our surrounding localities to see if anyone has a family that we can borrow. We do what's called a family engagement meeting when we know that a child may come into care, or as soon as a child comes into care, we have a meeting where we ask the family members to bring everyone who they would consider taking the child. We also have access to a database where we can look up relatives, ask everybody to come to the table, have a discussion, of course, do those background checks. So we are diligent in looking and working to find more families.
Thank you.
And placements. And just as an example, and Mr. Drumright gave you the numbers of foster children. In 1 week, we have two children in custody. So that's how quickly it happens. One child was on the radar that we were assuming that was going to come to foster care, and one we didn't know about. We received a phone call, and the child came into custody yesterday. So that's how quick we can have a child come into our custody.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I don't know, it might be up to them.
All right, any other questions? Okay, again, thank you for what you do. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to the final area of this is contracted services support. So these are where we partner with nonprofit or providers to offer services or help supplement services that our human services agencies do not offer. So on your screen, we show that the county received a total of 7 requests, totaling just over $60,000. We are initial request recommended recommending 6 of those at just over $56,000. Those that we are on your screen that we are recommending flat funding all of them except for Reynolds Community College, related to a capital contribution and a operating contribution, which we do show a note that will be changed. Right now on the screen, it shows the initial request was being recommended flat funded as of last year, but we're going to fully fund their request. The rest we're flat funding from previous budget year.
Well, Madam Chairman, if you don't mind, just to explain, we have
I'm a little confused on that.
This was an oversight, quite honestly. Reynolds, we have an operating agreement with them, and we share different costs. Most of the expenses are for the Goochland campus that are in here. And my introduced budget, you see we recommended it being flat. In the 2x2s, we'll be talking to you about some amendments and changes that we'll revisit again at your April meeting. This is one that, to be consistent with our agreement, that we would be recommending full funding for, and we'll be bringing that to you as we discuss not only this but other amendments in the upcoming weeks.
Operating or capital or both?
It's slightly on both. You can see the differences there.
Okay, but the capital is shared throughout the region.
Yeah,
That's not necessarily coming to Goochland, is that right?
It is. I think we tend to get a disproportionate share of that investment when it goes in, but it does go into the system.
Okay. So with both capital and the operating, there is as part of our operating agreement, there is a formula that designates how much each locality is sharing what the responsibility or the request to that locality
Okay.
is.
Okay.
So,
Okay, and we'll be talking about it so we can look at that.
Yeah, and all others are being recommended flat at prior year. Just for those, especially the new members, you will have heard in prior budgets, we used to refer to something as contributions. Last year, we changed it to contracted services. Community college doesn't fit very cleanly under human services per se, but this is, we've put it in here last year, so we sustained it into this category this year. But everything else is being recommended flat. We did have another request on Paul's next page from Ride Finders that was not recommended for.
and we've not, historically not funded the requests that they've made. And that is all related to the or the contracted services support. So any other questions, we'll be happy to take them.
Any other questions? I do, Mr. Drumright. I think I remember this correctly. We used to have the med flight in here, and then we moved that to,
So that will fall under the public safety.
Right,
So
okay, I thought that was
as
the
part
case.
of this whole realignment of contracted
Gotcha.
services support, those those services that we help fund, they've been moved to the budgets that are aligned with their mission. So if it's something that may relate to Parks and Recreation, it would be moved over to Parks and Recreations into the general services type budget, public safety for the med flight, as well as I think there was also one related to, or it may not be in there this year, Ambulance Association, but that's the new process we've done.
right, and so these would be the outliers that don't cleanly fit, or,
That would fit into human service category or don't fit somewhere else cleanly.
gotcha, okay, makes sense to me. Okay, no other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Drumright.
Thank you.
Break. So, let's see if we can take about a 10-minute break, if we don't mind, before we go to the next budget item. And that would be Mr. Stamey coming up next, right? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Derek Stamey, Deputy County Administrator for Operations, and it is my pleasure to present to you our proposed FY21 County Operations budget. As a reminder, our county operations include our Department of General Services, our Parks and Recreation Department, and our Extension Office. Our Department of General Services is broken out into three primary functions: facilities management, grounds management, and our convenience centers. Our facilities management function is responsible for maintaining 34 total county structures, and we ensure that all of our facility-related needs are met of our citizens, of our employees, of our tenants, and our visitors. The department also oversees the implementation of the 25-year capital improvement program. A snapshot of their budget, you can see that it's approximately a $34,000 increase in operating costs over the previous year as far as net county funds. There is a staffing increase due to the addition of a full-time custodian position. A full-time maintenance technician position was requested in the budget but was not part of the proposed budget. And our operating increases are directly tied to an increase in contracted services, utilities, maintenance, and custodial supplies. Each year, we go line by line through our budgets and we do a 3-year trend analysis, and then we prorate that against our existing or new square footage. And that's how we come up with our individual lines. And that directly translates into how our contracted services, utilities, and maintenance supplies increase on a year-to-year basis. Since 2018, we have added and or renovated approximately 51,654 square feet. That number does not include the 13,941 square feet of specialized space that will be the animal shelter, which we hope to open here in a few months. Our overall square footage footprint is approximately 270,000 square feet that we oversee of those 34 buildings that I mentioned previously. In the past year, our facilities management team did implement a new software management system that allowed us to better track our response times and our ability to respond to calls for service. We do have a self-imposed 3-hour maximum response time for high priority calls. for service, as well as a 5-day, business day turnaround for service requests for maintenance within our buildings and structures. Some impacts for fiscal year 2021. We do, as I mentioned earlier, we do manage all the capital improvement projects in the county. And some of those projects for FY21 include the completion of the registrar renovation. Mr. Lyle did touch on the registrar earlier today. We are going to be finishing up the project that will give them 1,750 square feet of new space that will better serve them than the 693 square feet of space that they have now. So that's one way that we do show support for our registrar. We'll also be looking to renovate the 522 wing here along 522 to my right. It's actually northeast of where I'm standing, and that space will house the Commissioner of Revenue and the Finance Department. I'm sorry, the Commissioner of Revenue and our Treasury Department, Treasurer's Department. Another project for FY21 will include the Tucker Park pedestrian crossing, the Oilville Park and Ride lighting construction, our county gateway sign construction, and then overall general facility improvements that we have scheduled for fiscal year 21. Some challenges for our department: aging county infrastructure. We can never plan for what may go bump in the night. We do our best to project, we do our best to allocate resources, but you can never plan on what call you may receive, whether it's a burst pipe, cracked walls, plumbing that needs to be replaced. We can never plan for that in its entirety. We do try to project the replacement of systems as they age out, but we will continue to be challenged as we receive those calls for service. We're also going to be challenged with the overall additional square footage that I've shared with you in previous slides, and also striving to meet our desired response times of the 3-hour maximum response time for our emergency requests. That's going to continue to challenge our resources, but it's a challenge that we embrace, and we're going to do our best. Grounds management. They're responsible for the management of all of the county-owned grounds, and that includes all of our open spaces, all of the exterior grounds to our facilities, such as here in the administration complex, the courthouse complex, and all of our parks. The grounds management function also maintains our turf management program, which oversees all of the fertilization and all of the preventative maintenance that goes on to our athletic fields that provides services for our youth and athletic users, as well as our landscaping services, our irrigation winterization. We have several irrigation systems that we do maintain and operate within the county. Our ground services also maintains our parking lot maintenance and all of our park services. And I wanted to give you an idea after I'm going to skip ahead and then come back, but our ground services, you can see the map to the right there. Those are all of the different locations that we maintain. We maintain approximately 32 different locations, and that's everything in the western end of the county from Fire Station 6. Not only do we maintain the building, we maintain the grounds. Same with Matthews Park, Byrd Elementary School, and then as you shift from west to east, you can see Central High School location, Leaks Mill Park, all the locations here in the center of the county. And then as you spread to the eastern end of the county, those are all the different pump stations. Those are the Centerville Islands, the medians that we've taken over responsibility for maintaining. We've planted over 75 shrubs and trees and made general landscaping improvements to that Centerville area. So our grounds crew is literally covering this entire county. Going back to their budgetary snapshot, you will see we did request a maintenance technician as part of our requested budget, not included in the proposed budget. That was actually going to be shared with our facilities management function. That would be kind of a hybrid position that would float back and forth. We tend to see spikes at certain times of the year that require staff for facilities-oriented work, and then we see alternating spikes related to grounds work, and that's how that position would cover that. Operating increases are tied to an increase in contracted services and agricultural services. Again, we evaluate each line by line, do a 3-year trend analysis, and then prorate it against our acreage and how we maintain it.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes, sir.
Do you mind just talking, I mean, I didn't recommend that position, so do you mind explaining how you'll address?
Sure. Excuse me. Well, we'll do what we've done throughout the years, and that's really what we have to do is we have to prioritize based upon our staff resources and our contracted services. We use a hybrid approach. So we have an approach where we use staff and we use on-call contractors to complete the work. So what we do is we go through, and Scott Foster's behind me, and he can answer this in more detail if need be, but what they do is they meet weekly and they lay out their work orders. They look at what needs to be completed in a 5-day window, what needs to be completed in an 11 to 13-day window, and then they reprioritize what's maintained maintained and what isn't maintained. They utilize their on-call contractors. They also look at weather conditions. There may be certain areas within the county that don't lend itself to being mowed at that time. There are also certain areas that beat up our equipment, so we outsource that. We'd rather the contractor beat up their own equipment, and we don't beat up our own. And they generally just reprioritize their work. The work does get done. It just may take a little bit longer than what we would like. The addition of new facilities, as well as an increased demand for ground services, will continue to challenge our resources. We're also seeing an uptick in all of our citizen groups and their demands on our services. For example, and I'll talk about this later in the Parks and Recreation portion of this, but we are seeing a great demand for regional tournaments and state tournaments in our facilities. The word is out that we have great stuff to offer and people want to come to Goochland to play. But what that does is it creates a demand for our services. That's more fields to drag, more fields to line, more fields to mow, more fields and facilities to keep up with and maintain.
Yes, Jamie, before you leave that, can you please address our relationship with our user groups on lining?
Absolutely. So as far as our user groups, we do, excuse me, we currently work hand in hand with our user groups. So for example, with Goochland Youth Athletic Association, we maintain fields for baseball, softball, and football. And for Goochland United Soccer, we maintain fields for soccer. So when we break it out, we try to make it as equitable as possible from a maintenance standpoint. Certain fields you mow more frequently, certain fields you mow less frequently, certain fields you have to maintain to a certain level in line. And the way we do it now is we do the initial lining of our soccer fields and our football field for those leagues. And then it's the league's responsibility to come in and work with us to paint those fields after the fact and keep those fields painted throughout the season. What we try to do is coordinate our mowing schedules and communicate that to the league so that they know when the fields have been mowed and maintained so that they can come in and mark those. In the past, we have had to step in and take over that responsibility when the leagues had volunteer shortages, but we're trying to get back into that model of working hand in hand with our leagues and and keep it equitable between them and GYAA and Goose and all of our other users. As far as baseball and softball, we do the initial dragging and lining of those fields that day, but if they do have an agreement with us to where they can come in on the weekends and do their own dragging and lining using golf carts and hand rakes and things of that nature. So it's really a shared responsibility, and it's a good accountability measure as well for making sure that we keep the fields and maintain them in proper order. Convenience centers, primary functions of our convenience centers. We operate 2 convenience centers for use by citizens for safe and convenient disposal of household waste and yard debris. We have one in Central and one in Western. Operations also include the collection and coordination of recyclables and the coordination of a countywide litter and recycling events. Just a snapshot of their overall budget. Net county funds are increasing. The personnel cost increase is due to an additional part-time position to assist with convenience center coverage and extending our operating hours. Operating cost increases are also primarily due to higher contracted services, and that's directly tied to the amount of folks that are coming through the convenience centers and disposing of their trash there. When we have more visitation, when we have increased visitation and a higher tonnage of trash, that in tune actually leads to higher amounts spent on our contracted hauling that we have through CVWMA. Some additional challenges and future outlook for our convenience centers include exploring an additional facility and recycling location to service the eastern portion of the county. We do have that in out years in our CIP. And we're also going to continue to increase our convenience center use and visitation. We're going to evaluate our center's use and visitation and monitor our ongoing annual increases to costs associated with those contracted services that I mentioned earlier. That is general services. I can take some questions related to general services before I shift on into Parks and Rec, if you'd like.
Probably a good idea. Questions? Mr. Sharp?
Do we have any system where we check IDs when people come to our?
I was just going to do that.
Currently, we do not.
I asked that question because I was cleaning out my mother-in-law's condo in Chesapeake last weekend, and I had no place to take all the trash because I didn't have a local driver's license.
Yes, sir.
And,
we do randomly check driver's license. Typically, we see a lot of the similar faces coming through the convenience center. A lot of folks know each other, but we do conduct, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, if we don't, but we do conduct random checks on driver's licenses to ensure that folks are, in fact, residents of the county. And one of the action items we have for this year is to evaluate how we monitor who is using our convenience centers. So it's in the hopper for FY21 to look at a way to be able to monitor and track that. Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'd like to follow up on that, because I'm seeing on some social media complaints about people being checked, and I'm like, it's a good thing, right? You know, but
Yes, ma'am.
apparently it seems like it might be spotty, and that probably is. So there's just some complaints about not everybody's being checked. Well, probably not, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Well, our convenience center attendants have multiple duties while they're on site.
Absolutely.
And they are instructed to spot check.
Sure.
Well, if you have any specific feedback that, you know, you could point in our direction, we can take a look at it and try to address it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any problem with that. And Mr. Spoonhour.
Mr. Sammy, thank you for your presentation. Regarding you mentioned that Goochland's being known as a place to come and, you know, play ball. Can you talk a little bit, do we charge for that? And with not funding this position, is there a way that, are we turning people away that want to come, and to where if they were coming and there were fees, that could wind up being more self-funded?
Sure. Right now, we do charge for exterior use of our facilities. So, for example, GYA does not currently pay fees. But if I was an outside entity such as RBA West, who is a well-known baseball outfit in Short Pump, they come several times a year and utilize Hidden Rock Park for tournaments. They have to pay a predetermined fee. They go through the same application process as any of our users, and they do pay fees back to the county.
Well, so back to my question, by not staffing this position, are we at risk of turning folks away? Because obviously when they're coming here, they're going to our stores and our food lines and stuff.
We are currently we are at no risk of turning folks away at this time.
Oh, good point. Any other questions? I do have another one. Would you mind going back to the facility management budget? And maybe I missed what you said, but I'm not following. Okay, so fiscal year 20, personnel was 590,000 change, with 10.7 full-time and 1 part-time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this year, proposed 21, 587 and change, 11.7. So the money went down.
That's a
But
great
we
question.
added a person.
I can answer that question.
Okay, how'd
So-
you do that? 'Cause we need to do that
Barbara's
everywhere.
here. If I state this wrong, but we both had the same question. So when we broke up facilities management, if you may recall, we've organized and reorganized.
Yes.
The assistant director at the time when we implemented this budget was not split 3 ways among facilities management and grounds management and convenience centers. In this budget, they are. So that explains why the number went down.
Even
Yes.
though the number of people went up.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, so you didn't find somebody who would give you money to work here, right?
Correct. Hey,
No.
I'd give money to work here.
Okay, good. That explains it. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, no other questions? Mr. Sharp?
I had one other one. The Tucker Park pedestrian crossing.
Yes, sir.
I know that was delayed by VDOT.
Well, we ultimately had to terminate the contractor that was awarded the contract for the work.
Okay.
Since that time, we have received an unsolicited proposal, and we are working through the PPEA process related to that unsolicited proposal.
So do you think that'll get done by fall, hopefully?
Right now, we have to work through that process. So we will come back to you in the coming weeks with a recommendation on how to move forward with that unsolicited proposal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'd like to continue.
All right, let me skip ahead. Give me a few moments. I'm sure there's a quicker way to do this, but I'm not computer savvy, so.
Hey, I'm the facilities guy.
Yeah, I need to bring my 13-year-old in, and then I'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, Parks, Recreation, and Tourism. Our Parks and Recreation and Tourism team works to provide a myriad of quality programs and facilities and activities to meet the leisure needs of our citizens and our visitors. We also Parks and Rec works with our general services team to provide those services in a clean and safe environment in all of our parks and recreation facilities. And our Parks and Rec team also works on our tourism initiative, and they want to serve as a conduit for our county-centric tourism and agritourism-related activities, programs, and events. Snapshot of their funding, it's approximately a $7,335 increase, or 1.2% over the previous year. And our operating costs are increasing primarily due to the addition of promoting Goochland as a tourism destination. So a lot of that increase is tied to our website maintenance and things of that nature for our tourism initiative as we look to get that off the ground. Some operating impacts to our Parks and Rec department. I mentioned earlier about our general services team having to work with all of these tournaments and outside user groups coming in. It's not isolated just to them. It also involves our Parks and Rec department. We are seeing a lot of requests for support for local community events, including Goochland Days, the upcoming Dixie Youth Boys State Baseball Tournament, Riverfest, our Roswell events, and our Field Day of the Past events. Our Parks and Rec team will also be impacted by the amending of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan through 2022, as well as the working towards the implementation of the county's agricultural center plan and the continued development of the county's tourism initiative. Some future outlooks and challenges for our Parks and Rec department. Programming and facility-based services desired by the community are always increasing, and we're always getting hit with requests for new and different programs. So staff has to take the time and really work through what's going to work, what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, and who we can send folks to get those services. The YMCA's obviously got a swimming pool, and they've got certain services that's really in their wheelhouse. When we get certain requests, we keep an inventory of what folks are doing, and we send people to those agencies and to those entities. We're also seeing a demand for programming and facility-based services. Central High is getting used at just an amazing rate. I mean, it's a great thing. It's a great problem to have. It's not really a problem. I mean, you saw the Envirothon information from earlier today. Mrs. Kronberg sends me a monthly report of all the uses that we get out there, and I go out there in the evenings with programs with my own kids, and it's hard to find a parking spot, and that's a good problem to have.
It's amazing.
Our Virginia Cooperative Extension. Primary functions of the Extension Office is to help the citizens of the county improve their lives through programming offerings involving agriculture and natural resources, family and consumer sciences, 4-H youth development, and community viability. They work a lot with our local stakeholders and folks within the Ag Center to develop these programs based upon research, and they assist the county with efforts related to our agritourism initiative, and they provide support for other county agencies and community organizations related to events and programming. They work heavily in the schools to provide opportunities, educational opportunities for our students. Quick snapshot of their budget. It's relative, actually goes down a little bit. It goes down about $2,600, and the large portion of this budget is actually a contribution that's used to offset some of the salary of the staff that work there in the Extension Office. So the county contributes approximately $47,000 a year, and that goes towards contributing a third of the unit coordinator and the agricultural and natural resources agent position, as well as the 4-H agent. The county also fully compensates the horticultural assistant, so that's not a state employee, it's actually a county employee. Mm-hmm. So, and their office manager is actually fully funded by the state. Some challenges and a future outlook for Extension. The demand for programming is there. Services requested by the community is there, so they're going to have their hands full, and it's ever changing. The Extension staff are primarily working with adult-oriented services and resources. I hear that there is a new 4-H agent on the horizon, so we're hoping to possibly fill that position pretty soon, and they're going to continue to work in conjunction with Parks and Rec to implement the agricultural center plan. So with that, I can take questions or have staff address questions.
All right. Team, questions? No?
That's good.
Okay,
One
Mr.
quick one.
Lumpkins. Sure,
Thank you,
certainly.
Madam Chair. When I first saw this 3 weeks ago or so, when I went through it, dug into it on the Parks and Rec piece, I just wonder, with your staffing, your thin staffing, how are you going to really successfully develop a master plan process?
That's a great question. Actually, the process itself is very well fleshed out. We've gone through this process twice now, at least in my time here. It's more of managing the process versus developing the process. And Mr. Sharp is well aware of this process because RAC is heavily involved in it. And I think that it has to stay with the Parks and Rec staff because it's really hinged upon engaging the community in a way to get feedback related to programming and facilities as it relates to our level of service standards. So as you go through this process, it's about an 18-month process where we engage a community and we gather feedback of what their needs and desires are, and then we see where those lines of intersections are with our level of service standards, and then staff produces that master plan. And one of the reasons we wanted to amend it versus redoing it for 2020, it actually runs 2016 to 2020. We want to dovetail it with the comp plan process in 2022. So right now, we're just going to go through a slight amending of that plan. At least that's what staff's recommending at this time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope.
I just want to say, having been involved with Parks and Rec for the last couple of years, and all of our county staff does incredible work, but what Parks and Rec does with so few people to put on the fall festival, put on the entire summer camps, everything, with the staff they've got, it's absolutely amazing. We squeeze those people for every penny we can get out of them. And we have a great reputation for running the best camps in the area. So people are looking to try and come here to go to camp. So the staff is fabulous, and I appreciate everything they've done.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Sharp.
nice. Okay, well, Mr. Stamey, thank you very much for all this information. We appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Board, just, that's the end of today's prepared budget presentations. Just to talk about the process as we move forward. As we go through these sessions, or you email us questions, or in 2x2s, I have a running list of items that we're going to come back to at your next set of 2x2s and talk through. That's also when we will talk through any amendments that we've seen or outstanding issues. So we'll have that conversation there. We will also follow up with that conversation at the first board meeting in April. Next week, we have the capital improvement plan meeting. And just to talk a little bit about that format for that meeting, it's not exactly what we did with the school board. Next week, we will focus more primarily on what is actually budgeted for in the proposed budget. So year one of the capital improvement plan. We will also talk about what's balanced in the 5-year piece of that capital improvement plan and the associated funding plan. But we did not plan to dive into the remaining 20 years of that plan in full detail. If there are questions from the board, we'll have the appropriate staff in the room to be there. The balance of that 25-year plan is a planning document from our perspectives. But if there is something the board wants to reprioritize or have discussions about, we'll be prepared for that. But our focus will primarily be on the budget year that you're looking to adopt and the 5-year plan come next week. And so that's our intended approach, but I'm glad to welcome any direction or feedback from the board and or address any outstanding budgetary questions, not only on today's presentations, but to date. But again, we will talk to you, the upcoming 2x2s. We will learn a lot more at our March town hall meetings from residents as well. Come back on April 4th to do, that's when we'll make sure I got that meeting right. It's the first board meeting in April. That's when we'll do any amendments to what's going to be there. And then that evening, we will have the budget public hearing. And then April 21st, we come back for budget adoption. So there's still a number of additional meetings to talk through amendments, changes, issues with the budget, learn from our residents. But if there's anything at this time that we want to discuss any further, we're glad to do that. If not, we'll do so in the upcoming opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Podesky. So our last item of new business in this session is appointments. And so that is on page 97 of your board packet. And the board is requested to consider the following appointments We may want to do them as a block, or you may pull them out by function. So on the Planning Commission, reappointments from April 1, 2020 to March 31, 2024. John Myers, District 1, Matt Brewer, District 2, Carter Duke, District 3, Kurt Pituk, District 4, and Tom Rockacharlie, District 5. On the Board of Equalization, members recommended of Daniel Keaton, June 1, 2020 to June 30, 2023, and recommendation of reappointment of Tom Ferris, June 1, 2020 to June 30, 2023. The Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board, appointment of Crystal Nielsen Hall, March 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2022. Board of Building Code Appeals, reappointment of Jerome Jackson, District 1, June 1 to May 31st, 2021. Reappointment of Charles Reed Gilly, District 5, June 1 to May 31, 2021. Reappointment of Carter Duke, District 3, June 1 to May 31, 2022. Is that correct? Okay. And reappointment of Daniel Duty, District 4, June 1 to May 31, 2022. So those are the, do we have any others that you're aware of, Ms. Kawitz? Those are the only ones on our agenda at this point, right? Okay. So, do we have a motion on any of these or all of these appointments?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion, but let me just ask a quick question. None
Sure.
of these require a circuit court judge appointment.
They do.
Yes, the Board of Equalization, that's why they're recommended and we're not appointing.
Okay, so just how I was going to word my motion. Okay, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors appoint the Planning Commission members as you recited and as shown, same for the Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board, and the same for the Board of Building Code of Appeals, and that my motion also include the recommendation to the Circuit Court of the appointment of Daniel Keaton and Tom Ferris to the Board of Equalization.
All right, perfect. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are any of these appointees or recommendations are here today? No, not at all. Oh, hi, Crystal. I'm sorry, you're behind the pole. Do you have any comments or? Okay, well, welcome. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Alrighty then, so it's almost 5 o'clock. We will take our dinner break and be back here at 6 p.m. Okay, thank you. Call to order the 6 p.m. meeting of March 4th of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. Normally, our first item of agenda is citizen comment, but we did change and inserted one item earlier today, and that's county administrator comments. So, Mr. Badesky, if you would please, and then we'll get to citizen comment next.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for coming out this evening. One of the things we briefed the board and the residents at the 2 o'clock meeting was on the county's efforts as it relates to monitoring the coronavirus. We have been meeting with the state health department, other state leaders, both county representatives and school representatives, just making sure that we're being as proactive as we possibly can in preparation should Goochland be stricken with any issues related to the virus. Tonight with me, I have Chief Ferguson, our fire and rescue chief, here to just brief a little bit on broader efforts that we're doing with the county and that we are doing within the region. Chief, if you can come up to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Badesky, Madam Chair, members of the board, Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief, and also Emergency Management Coordinator. Yes, sir, we are very attentive to the coronavirus situation that's occurring through the world and now in our country. Just have a few high-level comments that I'd like to share with you that you might find helpful. While there are no current coronavirus cases in the state of Virginia reported as of today, we are watching both the Virginia Department of Health and the CDC websites, and that is a good source of information to go to if you have questions about the coronavirus.
CDC is reporting 80 cases in the United States, 9 deaths, and as many as 13 states that have been reported cases. I'll also tell you there's some other websites out there, John Hopkins and the World Health Organization. Some of the numbers between the websites are there are some discrepancies, but we are watching the CDC site and the Virginia Department of Health. I will tell you also, as I reported in the February Board of Supervisors meeting, our emergency medical dispatch process at the Goochland County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communications Center, they are screening 911 callers. When a caller calls into the Sheriff's Office requesting an ambulance and they meet certain criteria, then we go into a special protocol that's part of priority dispatch, and we start to ask those questions related to their signs and symptoms as well as their travel history to try to figure out exactly what we're dealing with. I will also reiterate that the department does have adequate amounts of personal protective equipment in place. We have always, in recent years, tested our personnel, fit tested for N95 respirators, as well as a supply of surgical masks that we have on site. While our supplies are adequate, we are proactive in our planning, and we have ordered additional supplies. But as you can imagine, everyone is ordering the same materials and supplies, so some are being delivered and others are being back ordered. But I can also tell you that the Virginia Department of Health is looking at that same thing, and they also have supplies in the state that they can very strategically release as needed to both the hospitals as well as fire rescue and emergency management. And having said that, as Mr. Badesky said in his comments, we are meeting a collaborative effort between the fire rescue departments in the area, the health department, as well as the hospitals. And tomorrow morning, we actually have another regional planning meeting, and we've involved the All Hazards Central Virginia Incident Management Team to help develop regional plans so that all of the localities and all of the emergency services across the Richmond region are reacting in the same manner. I'll tell you that to keep things in perspective, the seasonal flu is certainly much worse. The CDC estimates that there have been 32 million flu cases in the United States, and 310,000 of them requiring hospitalization, and about 18,000 deaths so far from the flu. So I think we need to not only stay focused on the coronavirus, but also the seasonal flu. And some of the things that we can recommend as best practices would be personal hygiene, frequent hand washing. If you're in a facility and they have the Perel dispensers on the wall and you can get some of the gel or foam, clean your hands, by all means do that, as well as normal sanitation practices to wipe down surfaces. And that's not just surfaces at home or your kitchen or where you would normally clean, but also your work areas, your keyboards, your offices, things that you touch on a regular basis. The doorknobs. We clean the steering wheel on the ambulance, for example, to places that you may not ordinarily think of. And beyond that, one other quick thing. If you're sick and you think you have flu-like symptoms, then if you need medical attention, by all means, go and seek it. But if you're working, please stay home if you think you're sick and you're contagious, so that you don't spread that through offices and businesses or schools or wherever you may be. It's best to stay home and let that pass and get well. And I will just tell you that while it's not emphasized, by far more people are recovering from the coronavirus than are dying, of course. And so that figure is left down in many cases, but there is a high percentage of good recovery rate associated with it as well. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have or try to get you the answers if it's a health department related question or so forth.
Okay. Board, any questions? All right. Thank you, Chief Ferguson. Really appreciate the information. I know you'll keep us.
You're welcome.
informed.
And from an emergency management perspective, we're staying on top of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, just for the benefit of everyone that came out to a public facility tonight, you should know that we're going the extra mile to make sure that all the surface areas and such are getting extra treatment, and looking out for each of your health here this evening as well. But that's not only an effort we're undertaking at the county. The schools are doing the same and looking out for the school population as well. So just we'll continue to do our very best efforts and keep you abreast as more becomes available to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Badesky. All right, so the next item on the agenda is citizen comment period. This is for any item that's not on the agenda tonight. You have an opportunity to speak on a specific item on the agenda. But other than those, if you've got a comment having to do with Goochland County, now's your chance. Okay. All right, so, all right, there we go, Ms. Moore.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road. I just want to thank John Badesky and all of y'all. In my absence, I did not come to the budget presentation earlier this week. I want to thank you for including Project Lifesaver. I had spoken quite a few months back of the urgency for that. I appreciate that you listen and to our needs in a wholehearted. Okay, somebody's going off, but that's okay. That's okay. And take us our needs seriously. And you know, as you always have in the past, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, close the citizen comment period. Okay, so we begin the public hearings, and for those of you who may not attend or watch too many of these, the way it works is staff will present the case. I'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak. We'll open the public hearing portion where the citizens may speak for or against the item. We will have discussion, and then we'll vote. That's generally how it's going to go. We may give the applicant, after the citizens speak in the public hearing, may call the applicant back up to answer questions or that may have been brought up during the public hearing. So we begin with the first case, which is to consider adoption of through truck restriction for Davis Mill Road between Haydensville Fife Road and River Road West, and this will be presented by Todd Kilduff. Mr. Kilduff.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, I'm Todd Kilduff, Deputy County Administrator for Community and Economic Development, and I have the first case this evening before you. It's for consideration of adoption of a through truck restriction for a portion of Davis Mill Road. And I apologize, old habits die hard. I have March 3rd, which was yesterday. It's actually March 4th.
Oh.
It's always Tuesday, right? So. Just some information on this, some background information. There was supposed to be a public hearing late last year, but at the November 26th board meeting, there was a deferral for the public hearing from December 3rd until this evening. Really where this case came from was there were some citizens on Davis Mill Road that had some concerns with truck traffic and semi-trucks and things like that driving on the road. So they brought that to Ms. Lascolette's attention. She brought it to staff's attention, and it kind of grew from there. We had some on-site meetings with VDOT, county staff, and Ms. Lascolette was there as well. We talked about several different things, the truck traffic, some bus stops, stop signs, and a few other things. But really the main topic was the through trucks. Just to show you where we're at, Davis Mill Road is actually Route 608. It's about 6 miles long technically, but we're really only talking about a 1 mile portion, which I'll show you on the next slide, is specifically where that's at. But did want to show you these two images at the very bottom of the screen. That's actually from our major thoroughfare plan, which identifies all of our roads. As you can see on the right there, there's several different types of classifications, but if it's not listed there, it's actually a local road. And it's a little hard to see in the image on the screen, but it actually is a white road inside of that red circle on the far left of your screen. So again, this public hearing is not for all of Davis Mill Road, it's just for a portion of it. Between Haydensville, Fife, and River Road, as you can see, River Road West on the south side of that image there, running east to west, Haydensville, Fife on the right side of the road, running north to south, and excuse me, Davis Mill Road connecting them. And that actually is the 1 mile stretch we're talking about. Davis Mill will actually connect to Haydensville, Fife on the right side there, and go another 5 miles to the east to Whitehall Road. There's a few different steps here. The first one is this public hearing this evening. The next one is actually back checking VDOT actually has four major criteria that this road has to meet before it can even be heard. The first one is there, excuse me, is there a reasonable alternative route? So what we did with the red dotted line that you can see is we actually just extended Haydensville-Fife Road to, I'm sorry, I'm getting a cough drop out here, to River Road West, and that's where you see that red dotted line. So the question is, is that reasonable? What it does is it adds 0.3 miles to the actual route if somebody was not to cut through Davis Mill Road. So we feel that that would be a reasonable alternative route. The next two items are actually very similar. One is the character of the truck traffic on the route should not be compatible with the affected area, and it's, again, number three is the roadway is residential in nature. So those two are sort of hand in hand, and as you can see from the zoning map that we inserted here, you have A1 zoning in the light green, you got the RR in the dark green, but almost every single parcel that's touching Davis Mill Road is really a heavily dense wooded lot with just one house on it, which we wanted to show you a little bit better on this next image. Actually, sorry, it's two images. Oh, there we go. So as you can see, there's a lot of wooded lots, and it's a little difficult to see, but there's really just one house on every single lot along the road. So we did feel that it met those two criteria as well. And the fourth one is it must be classified as a local or collector road, and as mentioned earlier, it's identified in the major thoroughfare plan, it is a local road. A little bit of additional information. So the question is, if the board was to vote for this evening, what does that really mean for the road itself? Any commercial operation that's already on the road, somebody who owns a commercial business on the road, a farm or something of that nature, can still operate as is. They can still have trucks coming in on the road. It's really not meant for that type of purpose to stop that type of operation, so they can still operate effectively. It also does not affect public safety. I believe that was a question before. Will it affect fire trucks, police, anything like that? It does not. Even if the signs go up, it wouldn't affect anything public safety related. Are there other roads in Goochland that have a restriction? The answer is yes. Dogtown Road has one, and VDOT actually has a pretty nice website where you can kind of zoom in on their map, and it highlights all roads in the entire state actually that have through truck restrictions on them. So you can see Dogtown Road on that map. For some reason, Dickinson Road isn't, which is actually from the YMCA and J. Sargent Reynolds right across the street. That actually does have the signs up as well. It's not in their system, but we did want you to be aware of that. And this would be another step, again, if this board approved it this evening. VDOT still has their own process they have to go through. They have their own review and approval process, and here's some steps that they go through. They have about 9 months to respond to us. It's part of their program. They actually have to conduct their own study. They have to solicit for public comment as well. And then ultimately, if they still want to move forward, it has to actually be approved by the Commissioner of Highways, who can at that moment either approve or deny it as well. And if this was approved and made through the entire process, VDOT would be the organization that incurs all costs for installation and maintenance of the signs. I believe this is 2 more slides here. There is support for the request by the citizens. Obviously, that's where this case originated. There is actually opposition to the request as well. And the opposition has cited concerns with the intersection of Haydensville, Fife, and River Road and taxes. Taxes meaning everyone pays taxes, so everyone should have the full right to use any road in the state. But with the first one, citing concerns in the intersection of Haydensville, Fife, and River Road, the other images were a little small, so you couldn't really see it. So we wanted to show you another image that was a little bit larger. So you see Haydensville, Fife in the middle there, and River Road running on the south side. So there were some concerns from the opposition with not cutting off the through truck, in other words, keeping Davis Mill wide open because of this intersection here. And it mostly goes 90 degrees from Haydensville into River Road. It is a little awkward on the geometry, but it is a pretty wide open intersection right there. But wanted you to know, or have an image that was a little more zoomed in on that one. And with that, I'll take any questions if you have any. And I also have Mr. Coleman sitting here with me, who also works with, Tom and I are basically the liaisons with VDOT, and we try to sift through some of their programs. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
All right, board, any questions at this point of staff? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kilduff. Sure. So in this case, we really don't have an applicant that's applying for this, so we begin now our public hearing. So anyone who would like to speak in support or opposition of this this consideration, please step forward, give us your name, your address, please, And if you could keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jerry Farrell. I live at 2367 Davis Mill Road on this 1 mile stretch that y'all are considering. I took the initiative to visit every homeowner on the road, and I have them sign that they would appreciate if those restrictions were on the road. If you'd like this
Give us a,
document.
would you mind giving it to Ms. Biskowitz here as the clerk? Thank you very much.
The only other thing I can say, I don't believe the road was ever designed for tractor trailers. It's not a wide road. There's no center line marked on the road. And I know VDOT comes out and fills in potholes, and I've seen it myself. Day after a pothole was filled, a tractor trailer comes through and blows the pothole out again. So there's other alternatives for the trucks, and I don't believe that little stretch of road is designed for them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Dunn, and I live at 5201 River Road West. I've been there for 53 years. It's less than 1/4 mile from the intersection. But what I will tell you I have noticed, the intersection of Haydensville Fife Road and Route 6, which the map was just up there, has gotten to be an extremely heavily congested intersection. In the past, there have been considerable accidents there. So it is in my opinion, and I believe in best practices, that any traffic that can be shed off that intersection would be a plus, not a minus. Now, the section of Davis Mill Road you're talking about, I'm very familiar with. I don't live on it, but I travel it quite often. In fact, I came to the November meeting to speak up as I am right now, but then it got postponed. So after that, I started driving through it. Now, like I said, I don't live there. So I go in the morning, I get a cup of coffee, and I go down to Davis Mill Road, and I take it out to Route 6, that 1 mile section. And then sometimes in the evenings when I'm coming home from work, because I work right at my residence, I will just drive down through that intersection again. And I don't see the truck traffic that the citizens that live on it are talking about. But like I said, I don't live there. But it is in my opinion that that intersection is not that heavily traveled. And I do know for a fact that a lot of the traffic that is traveling on that road is temporary. In other words, the Cobbs Creek project that is in Cumberland County, there's a lot of traffic that comes from Haydensville Fife and takes that intersection to knock off the little 3/10 of a mile they say, which is actually 6/10 of a mile because it's 3/10 of a mile each way, is not to knock off 6/10 of a mile. It's because the intersection at Route 6 and 606, Haydensville Fife Road, has a lean, a slant to it that shifts heavy loads. Just like they shift down at Maidens Road, which has already had several overturned trucks on. When the weight shifts, the truck rolls over. And they're avoiding it for that reason. And if they were a good truck driver and used due diligence, even if they were traveling east, they would probably take Davis Mill just to avoid that lean in the road. Route 6 and 606 was never designed for the tractor-trailer traffic that's on it right now, much less restricting one avenue they have to avoid it. Now, this is just my personal opinion and my belief. In fact, I think it would be prudent to consider doing a survey or a study to put a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit sign on Route 6 at the intersection of 606. I have seen 45-mile-an-hour speed limit signs also put on Dogtown Road and other intersections. It is an extremely heavily traveled intersection, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can do a VDOT survey. But it's a lot of traffic on Route 6 there, and I think any traffic that can be shed off of that intersection is a plus, not a minus. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dean. Just for the record, we do have a request into VDOT to a speed study through that, from basically just west of 45 through that whole entire intersection. So we've asked, this will be my third time, asking them to lower it to 45, but they are looking at it, for what it's worth. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Mr. Budesky, thank you very much. My name is Ron Jenkins. I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Loggers Association. It's an organization of about 350 businesses involved in the forest products industry, and we are, of course, statewide, but I am a resident of Goochland, and I live not far from this road. I'd like to first say we certainly respect Virginia Loggers respects the opinions of our citizens, and we want to work with citizens to ensure that there's always a safe and productive enterprise and highway system in Virginia. Forestry and agriculture, and I'm just speaking for forestry, but both are usually lumped together under the Secretariat of Agriculture and Forestry. Forestry is the third largest industry in Virginia, contributing almost $21 billion to our Virginia economy. And together, agriculture and forestry contribute $91 billion to our Virginia economy. And I know that both are in that rural area, and I know that Goochland has both. The workforce that it provides is almost 450,000 workers in the two combined, and about 108,000 in our forestry sector. So it is a large industry, and together those two make the #1 economic contributor here in Virginia. Our forests consist of about 12 million acres statewide that are commercial, considered commercial. It's approximately 2/3 forested as a state. And of that, 80% are owned by forest landowners, private citizens just like us here tonight. And so what we're talking about here are those rights of not just the truck drivers and the haulers, but of the forest landowners as well. Goochland County has approximately 109,000 acres of productive forest lands, and so this does have an impact, and they're mostly owned by private citizens. An unimpeded highway system is fundamental and an absolute necessity to move forest products or rural farm products from private forests or farmlands to the mills. Highway restrictions and prohibitions impact the business production, efficiency, and safety of our operators and the public. The section of Davis Mill Road in question tonight is an important connector between private forest and our mills. Before anything happens in the forest products industry, we must have an unrestricted highway system to reach private forest and the mills. The men and women, who are these folks behind the wheel? They're people like you might find in the magazine that we just published in December, and we have given you in your packets. Please look at page 7 in the last issue of 2019, and this exact road is actually mentioned in that publication, along with some citizen comments about how courteous our logging workforce was in at least 2 occasions. So I would just like to say, too, furthermore, that our businesses are family-owned for the most part who do this work, and they're smaller-sized businesses. So impacts like this can have a large impact on them at the end of the year, at the bottom line. They're just like anyone else in this room, and their livelihood depends upon that commercial truck. That's the difference. They are totally dependent upon that. In summary, I'd like to say that we are opposed to restricting trucks through Davis Mill Road and anywhere unless there's really good reason. But in this case, we are totally against it. Adopting this proposal harms our forest landowners and our haulers. Our commercial haulers pay, by the way, a heavy vehicle fuel use tax. So they are paying their fair share, fair share of taxes in addition to what citizens pay for their motorists, and as well as registration. So with your permission, I think you've already gotten that publication, and thank you very much. I hope you will take a look at that. It does mention this road in specifics. And I would like to say finally, keep the Goochland mission or vision real, a prosperous and vibrant community rich with history and an opportunity where the citizens have their rights and freedoms are all protected. Please unanimously vote no to the adoption of restricting through trucks on Davis Mill Road, or let the proposal pass by indefinitely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Anyone else like to speak in support or opposition of this resolution?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Bryant, and I live on Davis Mill Road, and I've been there for 30 years. I was born and raised here in Goochland County. I'm a farm boy, been here all my life. And I do drive a commercial tractor and trailer every day, moving heavy equipment. So I know about the no through truck signs. But our road is not designed or wide enough or built heavy enough for log trucks, Walmart trucks, or Pepsi-Cola trucks. And it's not only the log trucks that are running it, it's everybody. So like I said, I'm a commercial driver, and I drive one every day. And I go out to Haydenville, Fife Road to Road 6, and I can make a right and left in a low boy. That's a low trailer, and I have no problems at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bryant. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Tim Martin. I live on Davis Mill, right across from Mike. And it's not the log trucks that I'm worried about. It's just the weight for the design of the road. They don't match. The road is just getting torn up by trucks in general, not log trucks. I like loggers, don't have any problems. It's just the weight and the design of the road. You know, they don't meet. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, 1, 2, 3. I'll close the public hearing. Okay, board, any other questions you'd like to ask of staff on this? Clear about what the resolution is and what it's doing? Okay. Yep. I'm sorry? No, VDOT's not here. No. I will say that, as Mr. Kilduff mentioned, we've had VDOT look at that entire intersection. They just put a flashing stop sign at 45 and 6. Asked them to take a look at the entire, because we're getting comments from citizens from Davis Mill Road, Haydensville Fife Road, Route 6, 45, the whole thing. We asked them to do a comprehensive look at that entire area, that entire George's Tavern area. And that's what they're supposed to be doing now, is taking a study. They did address the stop sign on 45. They did put up the school bus stop signs, but they're still studying the speed limit. And then this is the other piece that was still open. So, just.
Madam Chair, can I ask Mr. Gillett a question?
Absolutely.
So what kind of precipitated this? Obviously, you know, I drive a lot of our roads, especially in our district, and I wouldn't want to be a truck driver driving on most of them. So is this a new concern, or is this traffic increase? What's getting us to this point?
Actually, we probably more for the citizens. Actually, they're the ones who brought it to our attention that this is what they're seeing.
Right.
There was a comment made about the Cumberland landfill. That could definitely be one of the issues, and maybe even Cobb's Creek potentially. That's a reservoir that Henrico's building in Cumberland as well. That could be some of the issues, but I don't know, Ms. Lascolette, if you've heard anything else other than what I just said.
I mean, I think it's what the citizens said.
Yeah,
You know,
it really
it's,
precipitated from them directly, so, the citizens on the road.
Right. And Ms. Biscayne, you have the petition. Would you mind sharing, if you don't mind? So how many properties are on this road, Mr. Kilduff?
I think, last I counted, somewhere around 20. The citizens could probably let me know a little bit better, but I think there's somewhere around 20 different residential properties, houses on Davis Mill Road. I don't know how many actually signed the
So
petition there.
we have virtually every resident on that section of the road has signed a petition. Oh, I see, okay.
Did I get the number
It's
of
a
houses right?
request to
on
restrict.
Davis Mill, somewhere around there, around 20? Okay, that was close. Yeah. Yeah, another house under construction.
Madam Chair? Mr.
Absolutely.
Kilduff, can you talk a little bit more about what happens post this hearing? So if VDOT comes, even if we approve it, and VDOT says there's really no reason for this, will they decline it?
They do have that opportunity. Yes, sir. Yeah, they actually have to do their own study as part of their program, and then they run it through their higher-ups. The Commissioner of Highways actually looks at this one since it's a secondary road. Primary roads actually go to the CTV, the full-on Commonwealth Transportation Board.
And if someone wanted to do this, could they circumvent this step and go directly to VDOT to have it put up?
That's a good question. Now, actually, it's part of VDOT's process. Part of their program is for the locality to hold a public hearing on it.
And if this board were to recommend it, does that carry weight with VDOT, or they're just gonna do their own study anyway?
Yeah, they're gonna do their own study, and you've seen a lot of their studies before. Some of them are black and white. It is or it isn't. So I couldn't tell you what would come out of that. I don't know until they actually move forward with that study.
I understand.
Yeah.
You want to speak for anybody else, right?
And I wasn't actually here when Dogtown Road went through that restriction, so I don't know if Mr. Coleman had anything to fill in on that, but
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what comes out of that study and as far as data shows.
Do we have a copy of that study by any chance?
The Dogtown, Tom, do we have a copy of the Dogtown Road study? When Dogtown Road went through the through truck prohibited? Okay, we can obtain a copy, definitely.
Right, I'm thinking about asking for that. Okay. Any other question? I'm sorry, Mr. Sharp, I didn't see your hand up there.
Are you aware of the road? Is there a difference in the road, quality of the road? I mean, a residential area doesn't get that much traffic. Is there a difference in the quality of that road versus Davis Mill?
Of Dogtown Road versus Davis Mill, or just a regular residential road?
Davis Mill versus the road coming out.
Oh, Haydensville, Fife,
Haydensville,
and
Fife,
River
I'm sorry.
Road. I mean, I drove on both. They seem fairly similar to me, but I guess it could be subjective. I mean, they're all built to VDOT standards since VDOT owns and operates and maintains them, so I don't know if I answered your question.
Because I'm sympathetic to people living in a neighborhood with large vehicular traffic. Going through it, it's a third of a mile longer. Is that much of a difficulty, for the trucks? It's about a third of a mile longer to go straight out onto Route 6 instead of going down Davis Mill. Doesn't seem like it's that much of an inconvenience.
And that's what we measured. We were using, I mean, we didn't wheel it off, but we were using the GIS distances, and it's about a third of a mile.
But Haydensville, Fife Road, and Route 6 are paved. This is just Cape Seal, right?
Cape Seal? Cape Seal.
I mean, there is a big difference. It's not asphalt paved road.
Yeah, and in the eyes of VDOT, that is a difference. When you say paving, sometimes they think it's the full-on, like 2 inches of
Yeah.
actual asphalt sealing versus the Cape Seal, which is a multi-layer application where they do the stone, then tar, then stone, then tar, so. So there is a difference on that front, yes.
so it takes more wear.
Couldn't say if it took more
I'm
wear
not
or
a, I'm not a road guy, but
VDOT seems to be using Cape Seal more and more everywhere. I think mostly because it's cheaper, because the actual paving section is very expensive, and the Cape Seal is a cheaper process. I couldn't honestly say whether it was more durable or not. I apologize. Good.
You know, honestly, we should have a motion on the floor before we actually continue this discussion. And just because someone makes a motion to approve or disapprove doesn't mean they support or don't support the resolution. We really, by parliamentary procedure, should have a motion on the floor that we should be discussing. So I ask maybe someone to please just give me a motion, approve or disapprove, and have the discussion, then you can vote however you see fit.
Madam Chair, I'll take that on, but I have a question for.
Absolutely.
Just in how I craft the motion. 46.2809 says regulation of truck traffic on primary and secondary highways, and it says the CTB in response to a formal request by a local governing body. But if I understood you correctly, there's a dichotomy if it's between primary and secondary. I didn't see it in the code.
Yeah, they actually have it in their actual program, and it's at the bottom. Let me read it for you. From this point, VDOT has 9 months to respond to a formal request.
That's in the code, yeah.
Yeah, VDOT evaluates and considers the
It says
request.
CTB, actually.
Yeah, it says for primary routes, the CTP approves or denies the request. For secondary routes, the Commissioner of the Highways approves or denies the request.
So you're reading from.
From their program, which also, I mean, it references
Is
the
that
code, but
VDOT
yeah, it may not be written.
VDOT document or something?
This is VDOT's document, yes. Yeah, it comes straight from their website.
Well, I'll craft my motion this way that.
Okay.
I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution and make it a formal request by the board to the appropriate state agency, be it the CTB or whatever agency gets this request, that we, that the CTB or VDOT, as appropriate, prohibit or restrict the use of Davis Mill Road, the section we're talking about, the 1 mile section we're talking about, restrict the use, prohibiting trucks and trailers and semi-trailers as defined in the code from traversing through the road.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Any other comments or discussion?
I'll take up a question. Mr. Kilden, it's been a while, I went out there, but it's been a while. And I see the citizens petition, the first concern they have is road damage. Then second is noise, and I'm not saying that this was their order of priority, but they did list road damage, and we've heard from a person who spoke to the road damage, and we also hear that the structure of the road is different. I thought this would be easy, but has staff or somebody or the board members been down there, and do we see damage? We heard about potholes being repaired and getting torn up shortly thereafter. Do we have verification of that?
Yep. Yeah, I actually drove through there because I was unable to make the meeting that Ms. Laskala had on site with Mr. Coleman and VDOT. So I drove through, I think it was like the previous week. And I don't know what they saw when they drove through or what their eyes saw, but yeah, there's a little bit of damage there.
Well, I think Mr. Jenkins, I appreciate what he said, but he made a good point. He said unless there's a reason to restrict, don't restrict unless there's a reason to restrict. And I think there's several reasons to restrict. But Mr. Spoonhour asked my first question is, there's Davis Mill Road has been there for a long time, and residents have been there for a long time, and trucks have been there for a long time. So I wonder if it is an increase of traffic that has prompted this, but I guess at the end of the day, with what I've heard tonight, it doesn't matter. I think it's appropriate. So I made the right motion, I think.
And sorry, back to your other question you had earlier, I was just reading through the code again. The Commonwealth Transportation Board or its designee, that may be what they used
That's what they
to
used
create
to-
their program. That may
makes
be
sense.
the nuance.
Good catch. Good.
I'm not a lawyer, but
Yeah.
I am an engineer.
Play one on.
Play one.
So your motion would cover it either way.
I tried to craft it
Right,
so
right,
that
exactly.
our resolution goes as a formal request to the appropriate body to restrict traffic on this segment of Davis Mill Road.
Okay. Well, to me, we're not the final decision. VDOT is going to be the final decision. They're going to have to do a study. So I would be in favor of them doing the study. And that's where I'm at. So any other comments?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I feel like this is a tough one because there isn't necessarily an applicant who we could ask a lot of questions of. But, you know, my dad's a truck driver, and so I can completely empathize and understand. You know,
It's
you're
not a
trying,
call.
right, trying to weigh the, you know, what's more important, the road and the citizens versus the .3. I think the thing that concerns me most is the intersection at Haydensville Fife that they were talking about with the, and I feel like if VDOT could weigh in on that and let us know that is a concern and that gives us a good reason to not do it. Otherwise, I guess the other thing, and maybe Mr. Jenkins, this is maybe some of your concern too, is does this set a precedent? You know, a lot of the roads in Goochland, I think would be, you gotta be a pretty skilled driver to drive a log truck on a lot of our roads. So does this open up us to a lot more requests to shut our roads down to trucks, which it would be, to Mr. Jenkins' point, which would be pretty awful or hard to handle. And we wouldn't want to set that precedent. But again, I know this isn't zoning law, but I do think having experts look at it as opposed to, you know,
Us.
no offense, board, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
Right. Did he just send Solus? I think he did. Okay, so cut his mic off. Okay, any other comments?
Like I said, I'm sympathetic to the homeowners, because I know what it can be like to have traffic rambling down your road when you're trying to enjoy the peace and tranquility. But I think we should, if we pass this through, I think we should ask VDOT to look into the comments that Mr. Dunn made about, is it safe for these trucks making that right turn?
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
if it isn't safe, then we're creating
Another problem.
another problem, solving one, but creating another, which is not good.
Right. And I'd like to think they'd take that entire George's Tavern area seriously, including Davis Mill Road, like I said, and all the other, you know, adjoining streets there, because it is quite congested. It is starting to get quite congested. So,
Would we need that to be included, amended in the motion to request that VDOT?
It doesn't have to be in the motion for it to occur.
We don't, okay.
right, because all this is doing is VDOT will do their study. Right, I mean, so we're not approving it, we're asking, yeah, it gets kind
We'll
of.
include it as we transmit the board's resolution.
Okay, that's a good point. Any other comments? Okay, is this a roll call vote, Mr. Badesky?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Sharp? Yes. Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lachlet?
Yes. Okay, now it's in VDOT's hands. Thank you. All right, so the next public hearing is an application by Gregory Blanchard requesting to rezone 3.346 acres from business general, B1, to agricultural general, A1, to construct a single-family dwelling. Shannon Hill Road. So Ms. Hunter will present the staff case.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. As Ms. Chair indicated, this is a rezoning 2020-01 by Gregory Blanchard to rezone 3.346 acres from existing B1 zoning to A1 agricultural. The property is located on Shannon Hill Road in the northeast east northwest portion of the county, almost at the county line. You can see there this is the comprehensive plan map. The comprehensive plan designates this property as rural enhancement. It was not part of any rural crossroads, so that's why it did not get any of the commercial zoning picked up. So it is designated rural enhancement. You can see the B1 property there at the intersection of Shannon Hill Road and Broad Street. These properties were rezoned back in 1969 when the ordinance was first adopted. During that time, the board went through and zoned properties to go along with the zoning ordinance. They zoned this intersection for commercial, thinking it was near the interstate corridor, and at that time it seemed appropriate. You will see a break in the B1 zoning, which is the red. This property here is what's subject to the zoning. If I could direct you to the back. This was commercial. This piece was also commercial, B1, and a few years ago, the same request occurred for someone to come in and downzone that to A1, and that occurred a few years ago. And there is some rural residential zoning to the rear of this property. The property is currently wooded. There's no structures on the property. The applicant who is looking to build a single-family home on the property, access would be from Shannon Hill Road. The property does meet all the A1 lot standards, and with the existing B1 zoning, they could not build a home on this property. This request is expected to have minimal impact to the county's tax base, as the location of the parcel lends itself more towards residential development. As I said, it has been zoned commercially since 1969 with no development occurring on it. Community meeting was held back in January. In attendance was Mr. Spoonhour, staff, and 7 citizens. There were questions regarding the location of the driveway and where the drain field would be located. However, there was no opposition to the request. The Planning Commission heard this public hearing in February. They did recommend approval with a 5-0 vote. One person did speak in favor of the request, and no one spoke in opposition. There are no proffers, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board at this point? Okay, good job, Ms. Hunter. Is the applicant here? Would you like to make any comments or statements? No? Okay, good. All right, then, we will open the public hearing on this matter. So anyone who's in support or opposition to it, please step forward. Give your name, your address. Limited to 3 minutes. Still talking? No? No one? Okay, last chance. All right. We will close the public hearing on this. Board, any additional questions or motion? I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the application by Gregory Blanchard requesting a rezone of 3.346 acres from Business General B1 to Agricultural General A1 to construct a single-family dwelling.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. Mr. Lumpkins, we have a motion. Have a second. There are no additional questions?
I have a
Oh,
quick
I'm sorry,
question.
excuse me.
What is the comprehensive plan call for? And if you said it, I maybe was zoned out a little bit, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I don't mind. It's rural enhancement area, so the A1 would be consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no other questions or concerns, Mr. Podesky, roll call.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette.
Yes. Okay, you have your approval. Thank you.
Next public hearing is a countywide ordinance amendment to look at the residential office zoning district and look at the building size within that district. Section 15184B of the RO district has a maximum building size of 5,000 square feet. Back at the January Board of Supervisors meeting, there was a zoning case before the board for a B2 zoning, which is now known as the NB Neighborhood Business District. There were some concerns at that public hearing from the citizens of adding a business zoning in the Patterson Avenue corridor near Creek Mill Road. So at that time, the board did direct staff to go back and create an ordinance amendment to look at the building size, maximum building size in the RO district. So the RO district is a unique district. It is intended to include both residential and professional office uses to be a transition between residential and commercial areas. There are limited commercial uses allowed in this district, such as museums and offices. However, the standards of the district are pretty strict. There's requires screened parking areas. There's maximum building size, hours of operation, no amplification systems, no outside storage, things like that, that are unique to this residential office district that really serves as this transitional use. Office uses are allowed in a number of our zoning districts. They're allowed in BN, which had previously been the B2 district, the B1 district, the B3 district, the M1 and M2 district. In those districts, they don't have the restrictions on the offices that is located in the RO district. So the RO is very unique and a transitional low-intensity district. It's hard to see on the map because there's only a few properties in the county that are zoned RO. If I can direct you to the screen in the back, most of those parcels are located on the Patterson Avenue corridor near 288, and then several in the courthouse area. And again, those are transitional areas between residential and commercial. We did try to benchmark other localities and see if there was any building size direction that we could borrow from other localities. But because this district is so unique, it was very hard to find a apple-to-apple comparison of a residential and office district combined. So most of these uses are all office districts where there is no building size requirement, just like we have in all of our, how we address offices in all other districts. Chesterfield County did have one building size restriction. They did have a neighborhood office zoning. They have other office zoning districts as well. And theirs was a 5,000 square foot building max if you were located within 200 feet of residential, and then an 8,000 square foot for all other uses. But no other districts really had the building restriction, but again, they weren't the very transitional use district that our RO is. So with that information, staff is recommending revised language to the ordinance that would say no structure may be of a size or character that creates the impression of general commercial development. Again, it's supposed to look more of the scale and size of a residence. Therefore, in addition to other limitations designed to achieve this end, no individual structure may have a gross floor area, and we're recommending that change of building be from 5,000 to 7,500 square feet. And this would be applicable to all the existing RO zonings and any properties that are future zoned RO in the future if this was approved. At the Planning Commission meeting in February, it was approved with a 5-0 vote, and one person did speak in support of the request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
At this point, any questions of staff? Okay. So again, we really don't have an applicant, so to speak. This is an ordinance amendment. If we have no other questions, can we have a motion?
No, public
Oh,
hearing.
public hearing. Oh, forget the important thing. Yeah, here we go. Skipping right over. So, public hearing. Anyone who'd like to speak in favor or in opposition to this ordinance amendment, please step forward. Sorry.
Cindy Peck, 417 Regina Lane. I'd like to thank you for initiating this ordinance amendment, and I support it. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, then we will close the public hearing. All righty.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the ordinance amendment as presented.
Okay. Do you have a motion? Get a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. Any other comments, questions? All right, Mr. Brodesky, roll call.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Sharp.
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette.
Yes. Okay. So there you go, Ms. Hunter, you have approval. Thank you for your help and work on this, I really do, we really do appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the next public hearing is RZ 2002-05A, JSC Family and Medical Development Ventures. This is a request to amend proffers for an 8-acre property that's located at the intersection of Patterson Avenue and Creekmore Road. The property is in the Route 6 overlay district. And the property is just west of the 288 corridor on Patterson Avenue. You could see the property in blue here. It is zoned office, no retail. The existing RO zoning is consistent with this, as well as the proposed proffer amendment would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This sort of is how we initiated the last amendment. This case did come before you a few months ago as a business zoning. The business zoning was not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And that's what initiated the zoning ordinance amendment to the RO district and the proffer amendment that you're hearing this evening. So as I said, the property is zoned RO. It was zoned RO in 2002. At the same time, the property to the rear was zoned R3 for the Creekmore subdivision, which has been generally built out at this time. And the property is now vacant and currently wooded. So, as I said, the existing property is zoned RO with proffers. The western parcel, so there's 2 parcels that makes up the 8 acres. The property to the west is a little over 5 acres, and this is just under 3 acres, the property that's at the intersection of Creekmore and Patterson. The western parcel does have a POD submitted for the property. It was in an approvable state, but it was never approved because bonds weren't posted. And that was done in 2008, and there was a proposal for 5 buildings, each one of those 5,000 square feet for a total square footage of about 25,000 square feet. The eastern parcel, which is about 2.4 acres, staff has estimated that that property could support probably 2 buildings at the 5,000 square feet, which had previously been the restriction in the RO. So we believe about 35,000 square feet of office could be built on that property currently. The RO district and the proffers do limit that use to professional offices. With that conceptual plan, it did have the parking located in the rear, which would be adjacent to the residential. And the only buffering from the office uses and the parking uses from the Creekmore subdivision was a 25-foot buffer and a 7-foot retaining wall. The application, the existing zoning also showed 1 entrance on Creekmore and 1 on Patterson Avenue. So you can see those entrances, 1 on Patterson and 1 on Creekmore. And this was actually the concept plan that was submitted back in 2002 with the residential zoning. There have been previous proposed developments in this area. In 2017, there was a proposal to develop a self-storage facility of about 48,000 square feet and 2 office buildings. The Planning Commission did deny that request, and the case was withdrawn before the public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. And then the parcel to the east on the other side of Creekmore Road, in 2014, there was a proposal for B2 zoning on that property. The neighbors were again concerned with any retail or commercial zoning in this area, was not consistent with the comprehensive plan. That request was denied. The existing property was zoned R3, so it has been developed as a triplex and duplex development. So The existing zoning request that came before the Board of Supervisors in December was a request to rezone the property to B2. The reason for that request, they were limiting it only to office development. However, they did have a applicant or a person who was interested in purchasing one of the buildings, and they needed a building that was greater than 5,000 square feet. That was the only reason why they were asking for the NB, was to get that increase in building size. When the board heard that case in December, the board listened to the citizens' concerns of the neighborhood business zoning or any business zoning in the corridor. So they did ask us to bring forward a RO ordinance amendment that increases the building size. That was what was just adopted, which does allow the building size to now go from 5,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet. That case, that B2 zoning, was deferred to this meeting this evening. However, if the proffer amendment is approved this evening, that case would be withdrawn. So with this zoning, the proposed development is for RO, so make it clear that there's no business zoning associated with this request. It would only be for professional and medical offices. There would be 6 buildings. They would range in size from 6,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet. So a total maximum floor area or square footage of 37,500. Again, office uses only. The access, there would be one access on Patterson Avenue and one access to Creekmore Road. There has been some citizen concern about that access to Creekmore Road. So they did, before they went to the Planning Commission, they did change that to a right out only. So if you were going to enter the property from Patterson Avenue, if you were coming along Patterson, you could not turn here because this would be designed as a right out only. You would go down and enter at this entrance here. And if you were leaving the property, you could leave and come out this way. However, the applicant did indicate that they would put up a sign that there would be no access from this exit, right turn exit during the PM peak hours. In terms of changes from the conceptual plan from the 2002 zoning to this one, as I had mentioned, it was previously was the 25-foot buffer with a 7-foot wall. They have increased that to an 80-foot natural wide buffer along the majority of Creekmore, except for 2 areas. It's lots 35 and 36, which is over here. That is a supplemental buffer of 20 feet with some additional landscaping. And then also here on the western portion where the BMP or stormwater management pond would be, most of the trees would be cleared there. So they did put a supplemental buffer adjacent to that lot also. And then with the 2002 zoning, the parking was in the rear. You can see now that you'd have the 80-foot natural buffer with no vegetation to be removed. You'd have a evergreen buffer along with the back of the buildings, and then the parking would be located on the side and the front. So I do think this proposal provides better protection to the residents than the previous plan. Here is a copy of the elevations. You do see there's a couple different styles, different roof lines, but they are residential in character and would be somewhat residential in scale for a very large home. So this zoning case would delete all the original proffers and create new proffers. I'll quickly review the proffers that are being deleted. Number 1, basically limited the use to medical offices and professional offices. There shall be only one entrance on Route 6. That did not prohibit a entrance on Creekmore. It was just saying that Patterson Avenue wouldn't have 2 entrances, it would only have 1. The masonry 7-foot wall, that would be deleted, and that the property would be served by public water and sewer also be deleted. However, they will be served by utilities. So the new proffers, if this case were to be approved, would be that the conceptual plan that I showed you would be proffered. About midway down in this proffer, you can see this section that says that it would be, Creekmore Road shall be a right exit only. An additional appropriate signage would be placed at the entrance to let people know that. Number two is that 80-foot buffer that I referenced when I was showing you the conceptual plan. That would be a tree save area with no trees being removed within that area. It does reference that the wall would not be provided. This is the additional evergreen screening. So this would be the 10 feet that would be right behind the buildings. That would be a row of evergreen trees, 10 feet on center, with the trees being a maximum of 6 feet height when it's planted. And then the two enhanced screening areas, which are on the east and west corners of the property by lots 35 and 36, and by the stormwater pond, they'd have a 20-foot buffer, and that would be a double row of evergreen trees, 10 feet on center with a minimum height of 6 feet at the time of planting. The parking areas would be located to the front and the side. There'd be a 50-foot landscape setback area. This is a requirement of the overlay district. So when this property, if it was approved and it went through the plan of development process, it would also have to go through the design review process and get a certificate of approval. Any buffer shall be maintained. The use of the property would be solely limited to medical and professional offices. They use the definitions from our new code, and the elevations are also proffered, as I shown to you in the plan. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. One other thing that I do want to point out, the residents have had some concerns about VDOT and the entrance here at Creekmore and Patterson. We did check with VDOT about having a crossover here. It is too close to this intersection, so this could not be a median break. A few months ago, we were citizens brought to the board's attention the amount of PM peak U-turn traffic that is occurring at this intersection. People are coming off of 288, doing a U-turn and going back, getting back on 288 or going down Patterson. We did have VDOT look at that, and VDOT said it did not warrant a no U-turn. So most of the concerns, I believe, from the citizens are still with the intersection and the general traffic concerns that are located at Creekmore and Patterson. So, be happy to answer any questions.
Board, any questions for the staff at this point? Mr. Sharp?
On can you go back over the right turn off of Creekmore? You said during peak hours, there would be no right turn? So during peak hours, you cannot leave and come on to Creekmore. So that would be morning hours and evening hours when people are...
Only PM peak, so between, say, 4 and 7, if you were to leave this property, you'd only be able to leave here at the Patterson Avenue entrance, which means you'd have to, if you're going towards the city or back into Henrico, you'd have to do a U-turn at River Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Regarding the same interest, people can go in that way though, correct?
Yes, so if you're entering no, you wouldn't be able to go in this way because it's a right in, right out only. So you'd be able to come out or go in this way. It would be designed geometrically that you wouldn't be able to come in and turn here. That's a left turn, so you wouldn't be able to do that. If you're going to enter the site, you'd only be able to do it here.
Thank you.
I don't know which one of you I'm following up on, kind of both. So, the concept of only being able to make the right turn onto Creekmore only during the peak, anytime except the peak hours, the 4 to 7, for example, that's not it, that's not is being proffered, is that right?
Yes, it's proffered with number 1. If you go to about the second or third sentence of number 1, It would be the second sentence of number 1. Roadway connecting the development to Creekmore Road shall be a right exit only road onto Creekmore Road, and appropriate signage shall be placed at the entrance to display that the roadway shall be used solely for exiting the project and not for entrance purposes from Creekmore Road. The applicant has committed to the neighbors that they would put up a sign for no PM peak. However, it's not proffered because that would be very difficult for our staff to enforce it. So it's a commitment, but it's not, the PM peak signage is a commitment, but not proffered.
And so, okay, so you're in the complex, the right turn to leave, so you're going on to Route 6, right turn.
Right. So if you
So
go,
what's the right in? From the neighborhood?
it's just,
When you say right in and right out, I get the right out, what's the right in?
it's really just a right out. You're correct. So I get, if someone from the neighborhood, the way it's geometrically designed, you could do a right in if you were coming from the neighborhood, but it's predominantly a right out only.
Gotcha, okay. Right. Right, okay. Any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hunter, good job. Is the applicant here? And, all right, Mr. Satterwhite representing the applicant, I assume?
Madam Chair, board members, I'm Darvin Satterwhite, 3013 River Road West. I'm here on behalf of the applicants. Ms. Hunter's pretty much stole most of my thunder, I think, but I will say this. This particular project has probably gone through more of an evolution than most that I have seen, from where it started in the Planning Commission in November, where it went to you in December, where it was at the Planning Commission and now here. It's been a number of changes. But visually, I think it helps to look at some of the things that have been pointed out to you already. As you've seen, this is the existing 2002 plan that was approved under the old RO ordinance. And we've labeled there Creekmore Park. You can see that. But I'd like to point out to you why we believe that what's before you tonight is far superior to this plan, and it's a better plan than what came before you last December. So let me show you this. There's some things in common here, and we just saw them. One is that entrance, but you'll note, and you've just discussed it, that is a full right in, right out. I can come off of 6 and go in there. I can come out of there under that approved plan back in 2002. That's different, and we'll look at that, and you've heard Ms. Hunter tell you about that. I'm going to comment on that as well. The front entrance is pretty much the same, not exact probably location, simply because of the building configuration, but pretty close to the same as we've always had, right in, right out at that particular location. But the big difference, and something that is of great significance with respect to buffering, is the fact that that parking area that's behind all of those buildings under that proposed plan is not in our plan. And it's important because you've got some nice tree cover back there now that if you implemented this old plan, all those trees are going to come out and be sacrificed to that particular parking. So that's the old plan. Now, what we have under this new plan, we didn't, I'll say this, we didn't take anything away. We've just tried to add things to this. So we haven't pulled back anything from what we've had before, except their building size consistent with your ordinance now. We have the 6 buildings here. 5 of them are 6,000 square feet. We do have that one, that second from the left is 7,500, which would be in compliance with the newly adopted ordinance. So that's their building layout. Again, 37,500 square feet is what we have there. This was in the previous proposal that was presented to you back in December. We have a planted tree buffer there where you see that green line. It's 10 feet in width. The trees will be planted 10 feet on center, and the original trees will be planted at a 6-foot height, evergreen type of foliage back there. So that was on the old plan. It remains in place now. We have the same where those green arrows are showing you an 80-foot tree buffer, but there's no parking there. All those trees stay in place. They're not coming out. It is a significant amount of visual buffer that would have otherwise been taken out under the old POD back in 2002. That's still in place, and we've proffered that. We have our front setbacks exactly as we brought to you back in December, the 50-foot landscape frontage on the back, the 125-foot setback with regard to your buildings from Patterson Avenue, obviously still in place. None of that has changed. But what has changed is what you see there in red. We really didn't have a significant buffer on lots 35 and 36 until we put this in place. Now that's a minimum of a 20-foot wide vegetative planted buffer. 2 rows of evergreens, 10 feet on center, 6 feet in height. If you'll look at it on the detail without that red, I'm just putting that red there to show you where it is, it's actually wider than 20 feet in places, but it's no less than 20 feet. We had no buffer in that particular area before, so we've tried to at least accommodate those particular lot owners with some additional buffer in that area. We didn't have any buffer between the proposed stormwater management facility and that back lot on Creekmore Park subdivision. We have that in place. That is the same 20-foot wide vegetative buffer, again, 2 rows, 10 foot on center, 6 feet in height. So that is new. We have that in place. But the other thing is exactly what we're talking about there. Creekmore Road has only an out now. You can't come in that way. And we'll design it that way. You can actually see the neck of that road is narrowed, so it won't accommodate two-way traffic. We can certainly configure that as part of our construction to make that work, and signage as well, of course, to have in place to show that it's only a right exit there. Before, in 2002, you could go in or out there. Before, what we had before you in December, you could go in and out. Not now. That is proffered. If those proffers were to be accepted by the Board of Supervisors tonight, that becomes part of your zoning ordinance here in Goochland County. So it is certainly enforceable. We showed this to you, and you may recall this back in December. I think it is important, though, that top schematic is showing you the property behind our buildings between us and the Creekmore Park subdivision. Now, that top one is showing where you've got those 2 narrow bars closest together. That's that 10-foot buffer that we would plant. But everything else is that 80-foot buffer, which is your existing tree buffer. That stays in place. We can't get into it. Those trees don't come down. That bottom schematic, however, shows you what it would, in theory, look like under that 2002 plan. Those trees do come out. Would have to accommodate all that parking that they showed in the rear. That little yellow line there is just there to try to get you some perspective on where the property line is. But what that old 2002 plan had as a visual buffer would be this wall, basically a 7-foot masonry wall. That's it. And you can see what's been taken out as far as the height of those trees and the density and so forth. But we're preserving those, and it's our presentation to you tonight that is a significantly better and more natural, of course, buffer than a 7-foot masonry wall. So we think we have a much superior buffer, visual buffer there that fits actually being tree buffer better than anything else you can have back there. This is what Ms. Hunter had showed you. The only thing we've done here is just to give you the heights. We're right around 23.4, 25.4. The tallest we've got is at 28.6. But the point is, what we're trying to do with these is to have a type of construction and look that would be compatible with a residential neighborhood. And we think that that does this. And it's I think, a good design, a good schematic for what we'd be building there. Generally, low profile, and as far as height goes, fitting well and being compatible with adjoining residential uses. So the new amended proffers, we've got better screening. We've now at least got some screening for those folks there on lots 35 and 36, where that has never been the case. But now we've got that proffered. We do have our stormwater management facility coming in place. It's not going to just be sitting there. At least we have that 20-foot wide vegetative buffer that's proffered to be put in place and maintained there. We've got that 7-foot wall going away and being replaced by something that's actually a significant tree safe buffer, 80 feet in width, buildings low profile. And again, we've adopted the new RO definitions of medical offices and professional offices that eliminate any retail uses. So you would have no retail uses in this park, simply that medical and professional office uses. Ms. Hunter pointed out, I mean, and it has been mentioned before, I mean, VDOT has looked at this. I've got a dog in the fight. I've got a client to represent. Presumably they don't. And what they're telling you is that traffic there at the Creekmore Road and Patterson is not sufficient to even merit a no U-turn signage there. But forget all that. Be that as it may, we are still proffering right exit only, which substantially reduces the amount of traffic that we would put on the Creekmore Road. It would slash that, and we're not arguing about U-turns or anything else. We're just proffering that and giving it in light of the comments that we've heard from the citizens and neighbors there about traffic. Staff reports also pointed out in the past it is a sizable investment in the county. It does provide connections for the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and certainly a good tax base and employment base as well. So they're very positive fiscal impacts as well. You've seen this. This was on the staff's presentation. But my point is, we are asking for something that does, in fact, comply with your comprehensive plan. If you look at it, even if you compare forget the B2, we're not doing that. That's what we had before. But look at it this way. What we're asking for is basically something under the old plan you would have had. This is under the old now, changing nothing. You would have had 35,000 square feet under the old. So where are we going from that? Where are we above it in this new RO zoning? Well, you're only 2,500 feet more than what you could have done under the old RO. You're talking about a half a building more. And with what we're providing in the form of better traffic flow, superior buffers, the stormwater management, it's just a tremendously better plan than anything we've seen before. And I think that right exit only is a significant contribution to this entire project. We think you have a good project before you tonight. None of these are perfect, and I'm not trying to come before you tonight and claim that this is a perfect project, but it is one that uses the available tools that we have with respect to buffering and traffic to give you the better buffering, to give you a better layout on parking, and those buildings are now very much compatible with the residential neighborhood behind it. You got the stormwater management, at least in place for this property. I don't know what it's going to do to Creekmore Park subdivision, but I do know it's a creek down there. It shouldn't flood like it has in the past, and what that may be doing to their roadways. At least we're providing something to give some stormwater detention efforts there that haven't been there before, and you got a much better traffic flow. So the Planning Commission considered this. I know they had recommended this for you with a 5-0 vote. We'd ask for your favorable consideration of this tonight, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, board, any questions for the applicant at this point? All right, we reserve our right, Mr. Satterwhite. All right, so, thank you very much. So we'll open the public hearing on this. If you'll please come forward, give us your name, your address. Please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry Hawk, 274 Creekmore Place. I want to compliment the applicant on all the changes that they've made. I think there's tremendous progress that's been made in this whole process. Moved to Goochland 2 years ago. This is the third time I've been up here already, so it's been important to us. The issue in my mind is the access onto Creekmore Road. And after hearing everything I've heard tonight, I have to really wonder what the value is to the project to have access onto Creekmore Road. How often do people go to the doctor per year? And when they decide to go to a particular doctor, do they use the criteria about how they exit the doctor's office as to whether they're going to go to that doctor? So in other words, these people can all come out right onto Patterson, turn right, go about 1/3 of a mile, make the U-turn, and go back into the city of Richmond, or they can go straight out here to Goochland, or they can turn left onto River Road, which is where a lot of these patients will be living. If they're not going to be able to leave the exit out onto Creekmore Road between the hours of 4 and 7, why would the builder bother building this exit out and spend the money on that? That's got to cost several thousands of dollars to build this, where it's only going to have limited access out onto it during the day anyway. And there's going to be a lot of people who are just going to go straight out onto Patterson and leave anyway. You have approximately 65 households back here who live in the area back behind there in these neighborhoods who are all opposed to it. You have one applicant who would like to have it, and he's mentioned in the past that it's strictly for marketing purposes. When I think of marketing purposes, does that mean that someone's going to make a decision to go to this doctor because it's going to be easy to leave by turning out this way? I don't think that that's proper marketing purposes. I don't know. So y'all think about that, and keep in mind, you got 65 households back there that really don't want this access out onto Creekmore Road. And I think they're all their feelings that they've brought out in the past, and you've all heard them, except for the new board members. You've heard them. They're not happy with that concept. So eliminate that piece of it, and let's roll with all the rest of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I'm Bruce Corrali, 411 Regina Lane. Historically, the reason that was 2 parcels of land and now it's being combined into one. So historically, that access was required by that corner lot in order to sell the lot. You needed, and it couldn't go on to Patterson Avenue because it was too close to Creekmore Road. So really, when you combine both lots, that's really not needed. It's, it will create more of a traffic problem. The study that was done by VDOT is an old study that it wasn't taking into account all these other things when they were looking at the U-turn and all that sort of thing. In fact, I was told when I inquired about that it was going to be included in a larger study that was looking at widening out 288 because of all the traffic there, which would help the cars coming from Capital One and doing U-turn there. So, gosh, I mean, how long is that going to be before 288 is widened? It requires a substantial amount of funding, and it may get done, but golly, that's going to be a long time. And in the meantime, there'll be this hazardous condition created. So I would ask you, please, to, everything else has been wonderful. In my opinion, all the needs have been met. It's a great project. I would invite, it would be nice to have the convenience of having doctors nearby and so forth. But this one access thing is really a problem. And I think it's going to lead to, you know, we always say there has to be 3 accidents or 3 deaths at an intersection before they do something, VDOT, which I saw that for myself in my office, which is on Grove Avenue in Thompson, 3600 block of Grove. I saw some very spectacular accidents there where a big truck was coming and knocked over one of the fire hydrants and water was spurting everywhere, you know, and that was pretty dramatic. But it required a death there before action occurred. So I would encourage you to look at that and perhaps try to make some changes based on what we think is going to happen and know will happen. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Hand. I live at 304 Victoria Way. If I can get you to go back to the slide of the conceptual plan. So 304 Victoria Way is lot 35. So my property does directly abut to the proposed office park. I want to talk directly speaking from that point of view, speaking for myself, in that my property does receive substantially less buffer, would also be impacted by the right exit only. During the discussion period of the Planning Commission meeting, members of the Planning Commission spoke, and it was established that the access to Creekmore Road is not a VDOT requirement. As vehicles can enter and exit on Route 6, it is not a necessity. Therefore, I believe that this exit can be eliminated. In his presentation at the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Coleman mentioned that the reasoning behind the second access point is the amount of traffic generated by the proposed site. Mr. Satterwhite also suggested that the purpose is to allow traffic to spread in both directions. If this office development is going to be creating this type of traffic, it should not be coming on to Creekmore Road at all. The reason that I say this is that Creekmore Road is a local road. It is 0.25 in length and ends in a dead end. When you're looking at the conceptual plan, it's slightly misleading because you see those dotted lines. There are no markings on Creekmore Road. If you've ever traveled on Creekmore Road, you would know that it is narrow. Coming off from Route 6, there is a sharp blind curve. When the VDOT report was, the engineering traffic report that took place for the U-turn, it was established, or actually in that report it states that Creekmore Road, the horizontal and vertical alignments are fair. I did put a request in to find out what's the difference between excellent versus good versus fair in those ratings. Unfortunately, Mr. Butler was not able to give me that information. But clearly, we all understand that fair is less than good and also less than excellent. Okay? In addition, I want to point out that in order to have that access, right exit only access, that you have to have 225 feet clearance from Route 6. If you notice, that is extremely close to my neighbor's lot 36. And yes, I'm aware that that was also in the 2002 plan. However, that doesn't make it right. It's irrelevant that it was in the other plan as well. I have concerns that, that it was also mentioned during the commission meeting that the question came up, would the project be phased? And Mr. Satterwhite stated that as a practical matter, it may be. So I ask you tonight that you consider that if you do allow access to Creekmore Road, that you consider the option of that Creekmore Road would not be open until all of the buildings are occupied, and that you would also consider restricting no construction traffic. As my property is already impacted from the substantially less buffer, I'm also being impacted by light and noise from traffic exiting onto Creekmore Road. Unlike the case you heard earlier tonight where when we were talking about the road and the trucks, and it was going to move from here, and VDOT was going to have the final say. In my conversation with Mr. Butler, I am told that you, as a board, do have the capacity to be able to decide whether Creekmore Road is, whether this office project does have access to Creekmore Road. Therefore, I urge you to deny that access. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Handy.
Hello, my name is Rick Bowers, and I'm a new resident to Creekmore Place, 285 Creekmore Place. Just moved in January. And
welcome.
Thank you. The Creekmore Road access and exit onto Patterson Avenue is fresh on my mind because I'm new here. Today, I guess it was fortunate that this meeting started at 6 o'clock because I left at 5:30 to come here. When I got on Creekmore Road to come up Patterson Avenue, there were two cars in front of me, and on Patterson Avenue from the exit of West Creek going west to make a U-turn so that they could then get on 288 South, there were 15 cars lined up to make a U-turn. The two cars in front of me pulled into the median, so now there's 15 cars waiting to make a U-turn, two sitting in the median waiting for traffic to slim down enough to make that turn. It's an unsafe situation. And then when we imagine that the cars that are all going to leave at 5 o'clock, right smack in the middle of the 4 to 7 window that you've been talking about, are now going to be on Creekmore Road and all at least half of them trying to go east instead of west, it's an accident waiting to happen. And I know VDOT has studied this. They says there's no problem with making a U-turn. There is no problem with making a U-turn. But if hundreds of cars are trying to make a U-turn between 5 and 6 p.m., and this other traffic that's going to be mingled in there, I might not ever get to Richmond again if I leave at 5 o'clock. So I think there's some serious noodling that needs to be done on this project as far as access and the application of Creekmore Road as that particular entrance. I don't know if a stoplight needs to be talked about or whether there's a variance for the other entrance so that people can leave the units that are going to be built there. But I see deaths in the future if this is allowed to happen, and I just want you to think about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Keith Clark, and I live at 417 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. I want to speak, as my neighbors have, concerning the proffer amendment, the conceptual plan, especially the Creekmore Road access. I think in terms of needs versus wants. The earlier approved amendment to RO to increase the maximum size of buildings to 7,500 square feet was likely a legitimate need because it was stated that there was a tenant who required that much square footage under one roof. That was a need. But the Creekmore Road access is not a need. It's merely a want. Of course they want it. But there's a perfectly good access right on Patterson Avenue, a major highway. As my neighbors have stated, Creekmore Road is a narrow, two-lane, crooked, dead-end country road. And this proposed access is not needed. As the first speaker, another of my neighbors spoke, now that I'm a senior citizen, I have more medical appointments than I used to as a young man, all over the greater Richmond area. And consistently, generally always, when I leave, I can't just head home the easiest way I want to. Usually I have to go a certain way, turn around, double, come back. or plot a new route based on the traffic situation. It's slightly inconvenient, but again, that does not stop me from making my appointments. Creekmore Road has many residents now that Creekmore Park is built out, Creekmore Place is nearly built out, and our neighbors further down Creekmore Road. This access is not an inconvenience for us. It's a legitimate safety concern for us. As has been stated also, when traveling west on Patterson Avenue and turning into Creekmore Road, the road immediately sharply curves to the right. And generally, when pulling in, everyone has a tendency to veer over into the opposite lane. That just happens. It happens to everybody. This proposed access isn't just an accident waiting to happen when this happens. So I urge you, I implore you to not allow the access onto Creekmore Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Louise Gervin. I live at 416 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. I first want to address something that Mr. Satterwhite keeps saying about this road being, I'm referring to this egress road, being approved back in 2002. It's my understanding from all the research I've done that it was approved by the board, but a plan of development was never submitted for that conceptual plan. So it really didn't have the scrutiny and the final approval that would be needed to say it was approved and therefore can be done now. And also regarding the traffic that was spoken about with the two cars coming out, trying to make left turns when all the U-turns going on. With this project now, you're going to have U-turns being done from the other direction to enter this development. Because you can't come down, you can't go eastbound on Patterson and turn into Creekmore Road to get into the development. You have to do a U-turn at Creekmore, at this intersection to get in. So just keep that in mind. That's going to add to the problem. Now, first I want to thank you and the county staff for working with us to keep the RO zoning for this parcel of land. It represents a cooperative spirit that makes me proud to be a resident of Goochland County. However, regarding this plan, I continue to have serious concerns with one aspect of it, and that's this egress road, which will add a significant amount of traffic to the choke point that already exists at this intersection. Per the major subdivision ordinance, Article 7, Section 9.13.2, a choke point is described as a situation in which 50 or more residents have only one entry or exit point to their properties. Such is the case here. The 60 residences in Creekmore Park, Creekmore Place, and the other residences along Creekmore Road must use this intersection to enter or exit their neighborhoods. We have no other choice, as there are no other exit or entry points for our use. The interests of the surrounding communities would be best served by eliminating this egress road and having only one main entrance for the project directly onto Route 6. The traffic pattern for the project would change very little. You would just add a U-turn at River Road for eastbound traffic exiting the project, while eliminating the access onto Creekmore Road would have a huge impact on the mobility of those of us who live in the surrounding communities, as we must contend with the already existing problems at this intersection. We don't have any choice. The future development of this project, future development of West Creek, the Oak Hill project, and the ever-increasing number of vehicles on Route 6, with no plans to add a light at this intersection or improve access to Route 288 South, will only serve to increase the problems we face at this choke point. You are elected to serve the needs of the county, the needs of the citizens, not just the needs of developers. I urge you, or wants of developers, as we've heard. I urge you to eliminate this egress road from the plan to help preserve the quality of life for those of us who live in the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Larry Gervin, and I live at 416 Regina Lane. You've heard from my wife. It's in Creekmore Park. Let me begin also by thanking you for the consideration of keeping this RO zoning for this project. I had two concerns. One was the value of my property, and I think the RO zoning more protects that, the residential properties that surround this project, and I appreciate that very much. I agree with the concerns expressed by many, including my wife, about the egress onto Creekmore Road. Now, you've heard us say there's a serious traffic problem at the intersection of Creekmore Road and Route 6, Patterson Avenue. I experience it every day between Monday and Friday in the rush hour. I've heard said that VDOT has done a study. It was a U-turn study. I've read that study. I hope you have too. Because that study simply said that an engineer, a traffic engineer, I assume, came out and looked and saw a left turn lane heading west and great visibility at that intersection to permit a safe U-turn. It did not discuss the fact that we have heavy congestion between the hours of 4:30 and 6:30 at that intersection. We've already had 2 accidents. I've heard somebody say it takes 3. It is serious now. Putting more traffic onto Creekmore Road can only exacerbate what we're currently experiencing every Monday through Friday rush hour traffic. My wife indicated the fact that this is only going to get exacerbated by the further development of West Creek, by the new development just east of there. We're going to put more volume into this same intersection. My neighbors and I met with the developer several weeks ago. He agreed that he would put a signage up. And I think that's been mentioned here, not the right exit right only, but a signage that says, do not exit between 4:30 and 6:30. We already know that that can't be enforced. It's not, he doesn't have the authority to enforce it. You don't have the authority to enforce that. So people can choose to do whatever they want. He also agreed at that meeting that he would partner with us and work with VDOT to find a solution with what we consider a very serious traffic situation at that intersection. I would like to invite the county to join us. I am contacting our delegate, John McGuire. I am told that it would be best for Mr. McGuire, Delegate McGuire, and the county to join in this effort with VDOT. I do not think, I don't get any comfort that the no U-turn study that was done addresses our problem from 4:30 to 6:30. It needs to be addressed. Somebody is going to get seriously injured. We already have 2. We don't need to have 3 or 4 or 5. So I invite you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You were so brief before, probably don't have to remind you, but please watch the light, the yellow and the red.
Thanks. I'm Cindy Peck. I still live at 417 Regina Lane. I'd like to make something clear that was mentioned earlier on your summary slide. You know, it did mention an approved plan of development. And again, as Ms. Hunter mentioned, the one that was submitted in 2008 did not receive final approval. So the Creekmore access is not a done deal. It's never received the final approval. As far as the submission of proffers, you know, I don't love them. I mean, I did like the wall and things, and I think if you give the potential purchaser of the property, the developer, you know, not having to go to the expense of the wall and all the other things, you know, I think that would be fair and that would be good. My ask of you is very, very simple, and my ask of you is to include in your resolution, there shall be no vehicular entrance or egress from Creekmore Road. You've heard all my neighbors talk about the problems with that, and certainly those with that access road in their backyard. They've also mentioned that they would deal with it every day. How often do you go to the doctor's office? Probably not every day, but the people who are dealing with it would deal with that. So I sincerely ask that of you. And again, thanks so much for all of your help these last meetings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm June Turner. I live at 424 Regina Lane. And also, I'd like to just say that I love Goochland County. I've lived here for 13 years, and it's a wonderful place. But I do feel the need to talk about concerns over traffic. I commute to downtown Richmond every day and have for the last 17 years. And it used to be that the stressful part of my commute was the city, or 95 and 64. And the Goochland piece was the relaxing piece. I can enjoy my trip home. But it's not the case anymore. I no longer take 288 because it's bumper to bumper. So I started taking Patterson. But Patterson between West Creek and Creekmore is a crapshoot. You never know. Some days you breeze through, and some days lanes just randomly stop because 288's backed up, so the right lane's full, so it stops. Or there's 15 or 30 cars trying to make a U-turn at Creekmore, so that backs up into the left lane. So it's kind of like playing a video game, figuring out which lane you need to be in. My son is 17. He commutes from the high school, and he comes through after sports practice, and he needs to make a left turn onto Creekmore. But with all the U-turn cars lined up, you can't see around them, so he can't safely make a left turn. He ends up going further down to West Creek and making a U-turn there. But lately, he's told me that even that's a problem because everyone else is doing it. And also, cars dart out trying to beat the traffic and almost run into cars that are coming straight. So that's a problem. We only have one way in and out of our neighborhood, and we're trying to find the safest way to do it. Mr. Satterwhite always mentions that VDOT says that a no U-turn sign is warranted, that it's not a problem, but I drive through there every day, and I can tell you that's wrong. It's not a safe intersection. And we're not here just to complain because we have nothing better to do. We're here sometimes past midnight because we're concerned. We're worried about our friends and family. So I ask you that if this must be approved with an entrance from Creekmore Road, that it be studied carefully and that you work with VDOT and ensure that it's necessary and, if possible, do it at the end to make sure we even need this, because I don't know that people are going to be using it as much as they say they will. And it's going to have a great impact on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Good evening. Wes Atia at 422 Regina Lane. It is, just turned it off. Where's my, I'm June's neighbor. June is here and I'm here. Okay, just to give you an idea. I'm in residential real estate. Some of you do know me. My office is my car. I've been in every county in Central Virginia. I spend roughly on a good day, I can spend 150 to 200 miles showing people around Central Virginia. I know every pothole. I know every bad neighborhood. I know every good neighborhood, and I know every narrow street and wide street, county street and state highway. And I will tell you, and I can give you all the intersections around Central Virginia that are good, bad, and ugly. And this intersection at Creekmore Park and at Route 6 and Creekmore Road will or is and will become a very dangerous intersection. In light of that, I'm also concerned that the traffic from West Creek has changed. It went from commercial to now mixed use. So we have more traffic, there's more construction and more building. Coming up here, Hockett Road was backed up. So that's going to be another concern. What I don't want to lose light of is this project. For 18 years, we've had a project on or off, approved or not approved, with a wall and proffered 25 feet. to build a wall of that statue 7 feet high, there's a lot of backfill. So the 25-foot buffer, tree buffer, would actually be eliminated because you need to get a bulldozer back there to fill the back dirt because the lot's like this, and that's coming into my lot, into June's lot in the back. So to fill that back dirt, there's a lot of earth that's got to move, and the developer knows that as well. This plan, out of all the plans that we've seen, is by far the best plan we've seen, with the concerns of Creekmore Road, which I urge you, you guys did a great job last year in December to defer, to relook at the rezoning. Thank you very much for that. We will help you, the developer will help you, and we will go to VDOT and urge that this either gets a no U-turn or something to eliminate the traffic concerns and the safety concerns at that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Richard Dare. I live at 305 Victoria Way, and I'm here to discuss the problems with the egress onto Creekmore Road. I did an estimate, and I'm looking at about 60 cars per hour. When all those buildings are filled completely, there will be approximately every minute a car exiting or entering that development, okay, or medical facilities. And it can't handle that traffic. In my view, a traffic study needs to be done to determine what could be allowable. Again, we have one exit, one entrance into Creekmore, and that's it. If that gets stymied, we're going to suffer for it. I look at people that are going to come to this development. Not all of them are going to end up going in the entrance off of Patterson Avenue. Some of them are going to make a mistake, and they're going to go down Creekmore Road. They're going to end up in our development. They're going to be driving around. They're going to be coming back up and trying to get into into that development. And they may find that at curiosity or whatnot, but it's going to affect our way of life, affect our cost of our housing. It'll affect the way we can coexist. We can't get out of there very easily right now. It's just going to make it worse. So, again, compliment you on all that you've done to make this work. And I think we're that close. One little thing needs to be done. If we could get over that hurdle, I think this would be a great thing for our community and Goochland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and any others? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. We typically let the applicant come back up. Mr. Sarwhite, do you have any brief comments for us?
Well, let me just say this about Creekmore Road. It's not there for marketing, I can tell you. It's there for traffic flow. If you're going to have 6 buildings with 7,500 square feet, 37,500 square feet total, if I came before you and presented a project to you that had one entrance, you know what or to the staff, you know what the first thing I would hear? Where's your second entrance? Where's your fire and rescue? Where's your traffic flow? That's why you try to have more than one entrance. This isn't a matter of just making it a marketing aspect here. It's basically a functional, necessary part of this project. You need it. You don't want that type of development with that many people there and have only one way you can get in and out. I mean, it's not just traffic flow for the convenience of the customers. I mean, yes, the patients, yeah, they're coming and going, staff's coming and going, but you do need it for fire and rescue. That's one thing that I would definitely hear. But the other thing is, if a project, this is a nice project, and I think the proffers are good proffers, and for all the reasons I've said before. But if it's not developed this way, you got two different parcels there. You got the 5-acre parcel, separate parcel to the west of the 8 acres. Then you got the two that's right up on Creekmore Road. All right, if it doesn't go as a unit like this, that parcel will develop separately. Where's that coming out? It can't come out on Patterson. They're not going to let that 2-acre parcel closest to Creekmore Road have an access on Patterson Avenue that close to the intersection there of Patterson and Creekmore. The only way that parcel can be served is through Creekmore Road, and it won't just be a right out. It's going to be right in and right out. And it won't be as nice a project as you've got here with the buffer. You just lose the scale of what's doing and what you can accomplish through the combined proffers that we have here. So, and you might be on the cusp, and I've said it, they've said it, you've heard about the U-turn about 1,000 times, you probably don't want to hear about it anymore, but they may be on the cusp right now where they can get a no U-turn there if there is some traffic volume. And we could actually bring that about, and maybe you get a light, maybe you get that no U-turn there, instead of just drifting in this netherland forever and have this traffic problem that they say they've got now. But a reasonable approach to this and a reasonable accommodation is what we've offered to you here tonight, and that's the right out on to Creekmore. But to say, no, we're just going to have one entrance there, that's not good planning. It is not. You need the two for traffic flow and public safety. You simply do. So it's a matter of functionality, a matter of necessity.
Madam Chair,
No, absolutely.
is it okay to ask a question?
Sure.
If you're done, Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes, sir.
I did. Let me make sure. I've been reading your proffers, and I went back. So you say, the proffers say, the roadway connecting to the development to Creekmore Road shall be a right exit only onto Creekmore Road, and appropriate signage shall be placed at the entrance to display that the roadway shall be used solely for exiting the project and not for entrance purposes from Creekmore Road. So let me make sure I understand where you're putting the signage, because something that I hadn't thought about, and a couple of folks that spoke tonight, this intersection is a concern. It's a concern now. It's going to be a concern after, if it's approved. If it doesn't, it's going to remain a concern. The one thing I was thinking is the left, folks heading east and making a left. Where are they going to see a sign that if I turn up Creekmore, is there going to be a no left turn sign? If I turn up Creekmore from Patterson, do you envision a no left turn sign, or is there going to be something on the property, the entrance, that says do not enter?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in that field. We could ask our
but
engineer.
Is the objective
but it would, to answer your question in a generic sort of way, it's got to be something there that we don't have, that people understand that they can't make a right turn onto Creekmore and then get into that project. Now, what's the most proper verbiage or how to present that? I don't know whether it's no entrance or not, but in effect, you're right, because you would not be entering that way.
Well, here's the reason I'm asking.
Going east is the problem.
Here's the reason I'm asking, because I would be more scared, and again, you said it earlier, and we're not traffic road people, but my common sense tells me I would be more scared about approving this without that access onto Creekmore Road. Not forgetting aside the comment about marketing and all that stuff. I think it needs, I think you're right, that just needs the other entrance for reasons not to do with marketing necessarily. But folks are talking, one gentleman talked about, he came out here today and he was backed up while, 2 cars deep, while people are trying to get across that intersection and sit and queue up to go east on Patterson. What's going to happen, I would think, is people coming out of Creekmore, if you're looking at 2 or 3 cars deep, you're going to cut into your property, go across the parking lot, and go out Patterson and head west to turn around. So in some ways, it's a relief valve for the problem. That's why I was asking, how are you going to block traffic from going in? Because you just said the objective is to keep people from going west on Patterson, right on Creekmore, left into the place. But I almost would be concerned if you're structuring a way that they can't, coming out of Creekmore, go right into the neighborhood, go right into your property. You don't want to encourage people to cut through your property.
Right.
But if during the rough hours, I think people are naturally going to go, I can't sit here, these cars are getting queued up, I'm going to go here, go through the parking lot, right out on Patterson, and go down and turn around. So,
well,
that's not a solution, but I certainly am almost a little more worried about if we didn't let people in there at all, of making this even more dangerous. That's my thought at looking at this.
Except we would have to make it, we'd have to make it work so they wouldn't do that, because if you were to accept the proffer as presented to you, to the extent we would accommodate them being able to do that, we'd be violating your own ordinance. I'm wondering if maybe one answer to your question might be, rather than having westbound traffic seeing don't enter, that type of thing, but have signage that actually points them to the entrance of the project, which would be your entrance there on Patterson. That they're not looking for where not to go, they're looking generally where to go. And I think you could probably use a combination of signage directing the westbound traffic approaching from that direction to use your Patterson entrance, an arrow simply pointing to it.
Another question I had then is, what's the distance from Creekmore Road to your entrance there off of Patterson? Do you know roughly what the distance is? I probably could squint and figure this out based on your dimensions.
I don't have that.
Because another factor I thought about is people zipping along give their right turn signal. And if it's close enough, people are going to give their right turn signal. Somebody queued up there saying, oh, great, they're going right on Creekmore, when they're actually planning to make the next right down. So this whole configuration is.
Well, we have to do that with a decel, into our.
That's true.
Into our
what is
right.
It? And I was out there last month or two. I don't remember that deceleration lane being that long, but
it's basically designed to what we would assume, VDOT is going to require. So you're going to have that decel feature there. But
true.
you do have substantial distance between where that decel starts and where Creekmore Road is, where you can have signage directing folks into that decel to come in. Now, the signage that would keep them out, I think, would be more up into where that roadway is coming into Creekmore.
Up into Creekmore, like
Yes,
maybe
sir.
a no left turn combined with a do not enter or whatever.
You would probably need a combination of signage, but I think you could effectively do that. You've got the room there to do that, I think.
And another concern from some citizens was about construction traffic. Did you have a response to that? Do you imagine that the owners will try to maybe not use that back entrance? Well,
the difficulty is we really can't predict which buildings are going to go up when. I don't know. You might see the two there closest to Creekmore as your initial construction, and if that's the case, it could well go in Creekmore Road. In fact, it wouldn't make sense. The other way wouldn't work, actually.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other question, Mr. Sharp?
On that exit onto Creekmore, you can put up a sign that says one-way, do not enter.
Right.
Probably half the population will pay attention to that. Who knows? You can also put a sign up on Patterson saying entrance to the office park 200 feet on the right. That keeps people from turning on Creekmore.
Right.
And my other thought, to keep people, the idea of shutting that off from 4 to 6, so nobody comes out, alleviates most of the concerns I've heard, because everybody says bad traffic is during evening rush hour.
That's right.
Potentially morning rush hour if, I don't know too many doctors that open at 8 o'clock, but some do. But if you do that during those 2 hours, maybe the answer is having a gate to close it off at 4 o'clock. You know, that goes down, that keeps anybody from leaving onto Creekmore. I don't know if that's something that the neighborhood would feel better about. But it keeps people from leaving. Because as you said, you can't enforce it. VDOT's not going to put up signs that say, you know, you can't exit that way and the sheriff can give somebody a ticket.
Yeah,
But if that's closed off, then people can't get out. That, I think, alleviates a lot of the fears of the neighbors. But then during the day, still gives the pressure relief valve that you mentioned was important. And I get that. There's not many people on Creekmore Road between 9 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. But at those times, that keeps the traffic from interfering with the neighborhood. Just a thought.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Satterwhite.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hunter, I don't know if transportation folks might want to kick in, but maybe if you don't mind coming back up. Okay, so I don't know if this is the best diagram that we have, because right past here is Oak Hill, right?
No. It's on the other side.
It's on the other side, this way, okay. Getting it backwards. Yes, right.
288's just
Is
off
there,
the map here,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so folks
And
who,
then I'm sorry to interrupt you, the next intersection up where there's a median break is River Road at the Country Club.
at the country club?
Yes.
Right, gotcha. Okay. So folks who are traveling west, if they did not have the Creekmore entrance into the project, they would have to turn into the complex on that one entrance off of Patterson.
Right here, yes.
Right. Then leaving, if they wanted to go back east, they'd have to come through that median.
So they would come out either here, go up to River Road and do a U-turn, or if it was prior to 4 PM, they could come out here and go to this intersection. So they would have two options to exit the property.
So if you're going to this project, heading east,
So if you're heading east, you'd have to come down here, do a U-turn at the Creekmore intersection, come back up Patterson and enter at the Patterson entrance. All entry would be here.
and then going back west would be easy because you're just turning right out of there. I know we were having VDOT look at Patterson and River Road. That is on our list somewhere along the line, Mr. Coleman. I mean, what are we looking at there? Just a study?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Escott. Tom Coleman, Principal Planner. We actually have a project scheduled it's actually more for River Road, to add a turn lane to River Road to make that a safer exit for cars leaving River Road onto Patterson.
To turn,
Heading north on River Road where it turns into Patterson.
Right,
we're
and to
adding
go
a
west.
Right now, it's only 2 lanes. It'll be 2 lanes with a turn lane.
Going which direction? East?
Yeah, it'll be, the turn lane would allow the eastbound traffic.
Gotcha.
Their own lane.
Okay. So there's no, at this point, no study to look at that intersection?
Correct.
For a light or anything like that?
Correct.
That might possibly help some of this?
Correct, there are no other plans at this time.
Ugh.
Madam Chair, Mr. Coleman, as long as you're there, there's probably people in the audience that might be interested in a more general update on traffic in this area, what we're doing to try and alleviate some of these problems. Can you give just a 30,000-foot synopsis of things that the county is doing to try and alleviate traffic?
Yeah, Ms. Peterson, the traffic problems are being caused by the traffic on Route 288 and the congestion during rush hour. That is causing numerous problems on our secondary road system in that area. The county it's a board priority to seek funding for that. We have done a major study in cooperation with Powhatan, Chesterfield County, and our regional partners to do a study of Route 288. We have identified some potential solutions, but they are expensive, and we are actively pursuing funds for those solutions. That's probably the main sort of high-level project that we're doing.
There's several pockets of funding we're pursuing.
I mean, the smart scale, because of the expense, that we're talking tens of millions of dollars, that does limit the pools of funding that are available for projects of that size.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr. Cole?
Yes, absolutely.
Tom, and Mr. Peters, there's a question I had.
Not
Is
so
this-
fast, right?
Is this in is this property, and I couldn't find it quickly looking online, is this in what we've been calling the SPEDA? This is outside of SPEDA, isn't it? The SPEDA?
It's in the SPEDA.
It is in?
Yeah. Outside.
I thought it was outside.
It's just outside, right? You need to go east to get into
Peter
this.
was like the Patterson Avenue, West Creek Parkway, River Road area, because there was a few projects in there that were taken out.
Right, so that whole area is SPEDA. So this is basically pretty well west of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not far away, but I mean, it is outside of it.
Thank you.
Well, now. What are we thinking, board?
I have questions for Ms. Hunter, if you don't mind, Mr.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm going to play my new guy card and just let's talk about the where we are this evening.
Okay.
So we've approved to the RO zoning to include the 7,500.
Correct.
Let's say this doesn't get approved. Can the applicant come back with the original POD, and would they have to come before this board?
No, the POD is an administrative process, so they would just be subject to the zoning regulations of the RO district, which would now give them the right to build up to 7,500 square feet. And then they would be subject to those original proffers, which is the 25-foot buffer and the 7-foot wall.
Okay, so so just, thank you for that. So just to make sure I have it. So if this wasn't approved, they could go back to the original plan, increase their building size. We'd have no say on any of the proffers that they've offered to make it better. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hunter, as long as you're there, it's been mentioned by someone that this is a combination of two lots. If this was not approved and they did not vacate the lot line, there was a suggestion that these two, and egress and regress, the entrance and exits, would be pretty much substantially where they are now. Is that right?
That's correct. That's a correct statement, yes.
Thank you.
The eastern parcel does not have enough Patterson Avenue frontage to have an access on there. So the access would be off Creekmore. And during the POD process, if it was developed separately, we would have a connection to make sure there's an access easement between parcels. So it would be the same amount of traffic.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from staff, we've heard from the applicant, we've had the public hearing. Applicant, staff.
I'm
Going
sorry,
in a circle
Madam
here.
Chair, just one more point
Absolutely.
of
Sure.
new guy card. So the,
You already played it once.
How many of those are you gonna play?
I got pockets full.
Because you're still playing it more than a year later.
Can we talk a little bit about what's before us after this? The item number 5? Ms. McGee, would you be able to?
It's not inappropriate for you to have a discussion about the other case on your agenda, which quite clearly says, as the applicant has and as it's always been tasked, that it's a case that would be withdrawn if the ordinance amendment and this proffer condition amendment are approved. If those two things don't happen, then that is still before you, properly advertised for hearing tonight for rezoning to B1.
Okay, so it's taking the RO back to B1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
They're in the alternative, but again, the withdrawal is if the rezoning, the amendment, which has already been approved, and then if this case were approved.
B2. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I pretty much agree with just about everything the citizens have said tonight. I think the applicant's come a long way. They've made some concessions, I think, that are very good. I think this is gonna be a very nice project. I also agree with your concerns about the traffic. I did visit some citizens there at their request to talk about this project, and we started talking, and unfortunately, I didn't get out of there till about 5 o'clock, and it took me a little while, and all I wanted to do was turn right and go west, go home. So I wasn't trying to do anything fancy with a U-turn or anything, so that was just one experience, but I get it. I wish there was some way we could figure out how to approve this, and they've waited on us now while we've changed the zoning. I'd like to get something done on this, frankly. I'm just not sure we've got a good answer on the traffic, and that's a problem. And it's not within our purview. Unfortunately, we have to go through VDOT. If we could do it ourselves, we would do it, absolutely. Is there any way to approve it, Ms. Hunter, with, I don't know what the word would be, a contingency on that Creekmore exit while we get some more information, another study from VDOT, or, that's a little iffy, isn't it? Yeah.
These are proffers. So
Yeah.
they are offered by the applicant for acceptance or rejection. It is not something the board's entitled, unlike a condition.
Right.
We don't get to rewrite it or change
Right.
it.
But we can accept or not accept any
Yes,
one of
ma'am.
these. We can also amend these.
No, mending is not necessarily within our purview because they are offered voluntarily by the applicant. You can have a conversation with an applicant about his proffers.
Right.
I'll make a motion in a moment, but let me ask Ms. Hunter one question to help me.
Absolutely.
So the proffer says this conceptual plan is general in nature and may be subject to reasonable variations to satisfy the county's plan of development requirements, comma, the requirements of VDOT. Can you give us an idea of what, here's where,
does that
obviously,
mean?
the board we would love to have our hand on this a little bit with VDOT's help. I think, and we'd like to be a little plugged into VDOT. So what can you expect that requirements of VDOT, what can you tell us about what we can expect the requirements of VDOT will be in connection with whatever they may be looking at?
Right. And it's not unusual to have that language within a proffer. So we would say a removal of an entrance or an addition to an entrance would be a major change. It would not be consistent with a proffer if you're making that type of thing. I can give you an example for, say, the Tuckahoe Bridge case. They had the similar language. They had proffered either a 150-foot taper or 175-foot taper, and VDOT said, due to things on the ground, that it only had to be 150 feet. So that was a minor change that could be made based on a VDOT recommendation. So those are the minor kind of changes. So it may be how VDOT makes any comments on how the geometry of the right turnout, that may look a little bit different than it does on the screen. But anything major would not be, able to be administratively approved through a conceptual plan.
Okay, Madam Chair, just to maybe move us along, I move that the board approve the application. Let me get to the screen here. Sorry. Oops, I'm stuck on the zoning amendment. Oh,
Page 128.
thank you. Oops, well, maybe somebody else should do this, because I'm not.
Okay,
Here we
I'm
go.
not in the right place.
There we go, now I'm catching up to it, looking at the diagrams now.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, I was looking at the,
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the amended proper conditions in this rezoning case to include the plans, building elevations, access restrictions, net vegetative buffer, and the proffers as presented. Oh, I hope I did that right. Here's Mr. Snyder.
That's your
Is that-
motion.
Did I do it all right? Yeah, rezoning, yeah. Yep, to amend the proffered conditions as stated, yeah. Looks like I covered everything. Yeah, that's my motion. Thanks.
all right, that's your motion, Mr. Lumpkins. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so Mr. Spoonhour. I mean, before we,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, you go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Mr.
just,
Peterson.
man, before we put this to a vote, I just wanted to go through
Yes.
real quickly, if you wouldn't mind, with a little bit of privilege here. This was originally approved as a RO medical office only with 2 entrances and exits. And it's always been that way. When there was an application for retail, the citizens came to me and said, don't do that to us. And we held the line. This board voted down retail on that corner because it wasn't consistent with what the original thought was. And then a commercial operation, a self-storage with large scale came along. And again, the citizens said, nope, that's not RO medical office. It's not consistent. Can you please stop that? And it was withdrawn, but this board held the line on that as well, because again, we listened to citizens and it wasn't consistent. And then an application came along for rezoning from RO to B2. And again, the citizens said, don't do that to us, don't rezone it from RO to B2. And so we ended up deferring that application. So all along, this board has held the line on residential office, medical office buildings consistent with the original thought, which is what everybody thought. And that original plot was put together before the first home was built in Creekmore. So everyone kind of knew what was going to go there, and we were asked to stay true to that. And we have all along. And it's been a lengthy process, and what the silver lining, the good news is I've been able to get to know a lot of my neighbors in Creekmore over the last 3 or 4 years as these applications came forward. And I can tell you that everybody is a good person and speaks with a good heart, and they're honest in their thoughts. And there's no hidden agendas. So now we find ourselves today with an RO medical office with 2 entrances and exits, consistent with the original plan. We've got what I consider to be a quality developer coming in with what I consider to be a quality development with a quality anchor tenant. And we've got a holdup, and the holdup is that intersection. And the traffic there is already bad, as we know. When I come to visit Creekmore folks, trying to get out of there, same thing. So that's an issue. But what we've heard tonight is, what I've heard from citizens is, if you try to get out there during peak rush hour, it's going to take forever. What I haven't heard is that when I try to come out of there off-peak hours, 10 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, it's easy to come and go. I've been through there many times that way. And what I'm hearing from this application is that this won't add to the already existing problems during the peak hours, but it'll allow people to come and go during the off-peak when there isn't an issue there. And that essentially is what's holding up this whole application, which again, I think the services are needed. As I understand, this will be a spinal surgery or folks that help people with bad backs. And I guess I've talked to some folks in Goochland that have bad backs, so maybe there's a need for these services. Again, quality development. So it's not perfect. I wish there was something we could do right away about that traffic. You've heard that the county is weighing in on traffic in that area, trying to create a solution. And if there is any groups formed to help traffic in that area, I'm happy to join in on that. That's an issue that we're wrestling with every day. But I come back to the question is, should off-peak traffic at that intersection hold up this development? And unbalanced, what's the best thing for the county? And that's what I've had to try and weigh and consider up here. It's not perfect, it's not what I'd love, but our job is to balance things out and decide what's in the best interest. And I wanted to thank the developer and the applicants and the citizens and everyone for staying involved and staying engaged and getting us to where we are today, where we have what essentially was the original plan, but significantly modified and improved in my mind. That this plan is much better than the original plan. And it doesn't rezone it, and it doesn't add retail, and it doesn't add commercial, and it's RO medical office only. So it kind of stays true to the original intent. But that's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know. No, good job. No, that pretty much really does sum it up.
You have a motion and a second?
I'm sorry.
You already have a motion and a second?
Yeah, I have a motion and a second, so roll call vote, Mr. Badesky.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp? Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes. Now, the next zoning reclassification is from residential RO to B2. Is that automatically withdrawn, or does that need to be, would you, Mr. Satterwhite?
Madam Chair, we would withdraw that application.
And that's all?
There's no need to vote on it, you simply acknowledging
We
his
just say
withdrawal.
yes?
Thank you very
Okay,
much. Appreciate
Thank you for that. Okay. And that's all needs to be done on that? Okay, good. Okay, so unless there's any other business come before the board, we will adjourn to Tuesday, March 10th, 2 p.m. for a budget CIP work session. Tuesday, April 7th, 1 p.m. ribbon cutting of the Goochland County Business Center. Tuesday, April 7th, 2 p.m. our regular business meeting, and 6 p.m. budget and zoning hearings. And then Tuesday, April the 21st, adoption of the county and school budget, capital improvement plan, utility rates, tax rates, in the board meeting room. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.